Oh, man, I love the game of golf. It was a beautiful day out here today, wasn't it, baby girl? You didn't think it was a nice day today?
Well, I am sweating all over, so no, I didn't really think it was.
Well, I mean, you got to drive the car. You got to drive the car, and it did have the hood on it, so it kept the sun off of you.
Yeah, but it had no air conditioning.
Well, okay, fair enough. So, we're going to get something to eat, right?
Of course.
Cool.
And you're obviously paying, right?
Always. Man, golf is a fun sport. Hey, I drove the ball pretty well today, don't you think?
Pretty well to the far right, yeah?
But, okay, even though I went right, my iron game was really good, and I was able to fight my way out of that.
Yeah, but you hit it into the sand, and you did that quite often, might I add.
Even when I went in the sand, my chip was really tight, so I was able to get out of there and get close to the flag.
After 3 times.
You have to admit, though, my putting game was really good, and it saved me a lot of the times from all of the bad hits I had out in the fairway.
And it only took you 11 holes. Listen, until you get a good golfing game, I'm going to keep giving you shit.
I'm improving. I mean, since I've gotten started, haven't I got a lot better?
Yes, you've gotten better since your injury.
We don't have to talk about my shoulder, but I mean, that's another reason why it's coming along slowly, but, you know, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it.
Sure.
Hey, baby girl, I'm about to go hop in the shower. When I get out, we'll head out to the volleyball tournament, okay?
Okay. Oh, can I use my the computer?
Oh, yeah, of course, baby. Of course. Hey, baby girl.
Yeah.
Repetition breeds familiarity.
Familiarity breeds comfort. Comfort breeds complacency or success. We're going for the latter rather than the former.
All right, good deal. Handle business.
Okay.
Hey, remember you're a beast out there. Act like it.
I will.
All right.
Let me see what he got in these emails. Spam. Overdue bills. Not surprised. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Young nigga got it bad 'cause he's broke. What is this? Sarah? Linda? Becky? Amber? Amy? Molly? Ginger? Heather? Karen? Oh, hell no. We are not having this. No, I don't want no Pancake Tuesdays. Oh, God, delete. No, I do not want your lemon bars, Karen. Oh, my dad's gonna get...
Do you have strong opinions and you're looking for a way to express them? Are you tired of carbon copy sports radio that infests the airwaves? Do you have creative concepts and ideas that you want to share with the world? Then this is not the commercial for you. This commercial is all about
Kinko's University.
That's right. Kinko's University gets you prepared for the podcasting world when you don't have the chops for it. If you're one of the many people looking to get into podcasting, but you just don't have the skill, Kinko's University is the university for you.
I want to do a podcast, but where do I start? And what do I talk about? Kinko's University.
Don't worry, here at Kinko's University, the first thing we teach you about is OPP. That's right, other people's perspective. So you can always have something to talk about getting it from another source.
Podcasting looks fun, but do I really have to do all that research and show prep? Kinko's University.
Absolutely not. Here at Kinko's, we have classes like No Preparation 101, where we teach you to get around all of that pesky show prep because we know you don't have the time.
I wonder what the best time slot is to get the most listeners. Kinko's University.
Don't worry, here at Kinko's, we have a class called Recycling Ideas 101, where you can find a time slot that works and just jump in that slot to try to make it happen for yourself.
Kinko's University. I want to come up with new content and subject matter, but I'm not that creative.
Kinko's University.
You'll also take Regurgitation 101, which will help you come up with other people's subject matter that you can recycle and make your own. That's right, here at Kinko's we teach you how to get around hard work, getting new wrinkles in your brain, and having to work hard at your craft. Come to Kinko's, where you can take these top courses with top teachers. Most people that go to Kinko's graduate with Kinko's degrees, that's right, as master copiers. Kinko's University, for the skilled impaired.
Kinko's University is not a real university and is not accredited. You don't actually learn any skills. You just learn how to mimic people who have actual skill.
Posting in the Paint with Doc Bell and Amy Blackman. Underground Railroad Show with that ninja. Militant Monday, Spreaker.com. All aboard, have your tickets ready because the train has arrived. Delayed or on time, it's time to get on board. Underground Railroad Show with that ninja. All aboard, have your tickets ready because the train has arrived. Delayed or on time, it's time to get on board.
What's going on, fam? This is the Underground Railroad Show, hosted by your boy, that ninja. It is a Militant Monday. Still playing the whole drop, waiting for Light Skywalker to make his way back to the air. You know what they say, talk it into existence, man. But thank y'all for coming aboard and rolling with me. Truly appreciate it. First order of business. I misspoke last week. I think that I said, well, I didn't say it was a sure thing. I didn't say it was concrete. But I said that we would. Now that was not entirely true. There was a slight chance that could work. There was a slight chance that could work, but I was already informed that that date was not going to work. I got slightly ahead of myself. So the annual show on religion will not be tomorrow. It will not. So we are locked in and confirmed. We're locked in and confirmed. So I'll give you a little more details on that later. But it will be next week, next Tuesday on the 13th. We will have the annual show on religion, 10th annual show on religion, and have a special guest, you know, after the traditional opening. So we'll have our traditional opening. We'll have a guest on the airwaves, a familiar guest, and that's one thing I can give this platform is that it's a lot easier to have a guest. I can actually have I don't know. I never had that many people on the air at one time, but I think I can have up to maybe 8, something like that. I would never do that. There's too many damn opinions, but they make that simple. So for all the things that StreamYard does, I'm looking at right there. For all the things that StreamYard does that I don't care for, that's one thing that I can I guess I can give them credit for that. That's one thing I guess I can give him credit for, is getting that right. So on today's show, the title of today's show is Consequences, but we're also going to finish out the NFL draft. I probably got through, I want to say half the teams. I want to say maybe less than that. I probably got through about half the teams, I want to say last time. Maybe a little bit less than that, but about, I'd say half of the teams that I actually want to cover. So about half the teams that I actually want to cover, I got through. We'll go through the rest of those. I'll give you my grades, for what that's worth, how I felt that they did in the draft. And I get it. Maybe some people that aren't used to the show, the first thing you're probably thinking is, why am I not talking about the NBA?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Obviously, you're new to the program. There will be no round ball talk until a little further in the playoffs, just a tad bit further in the playoffs. I'll get into it. Maybe I'll start watching at this point. I haven't been interested. I haven't watched. Generally speaking, I won't give a lot of details on something that I'm not engaged in, because if I do, I'm taking secondhand information. They're only they're probably only a handful of people that I actually trust for their secondhand information if I didn't actually get to watch it. And even then, I had to prefix everything with I didn't see this with my own eyes. So it's hard for me to have conviction or to really, speak about it with any type of passion, because I didn't view it myself. I didn't view it myself. I at least have to see it myself to have any type of real opinion. Any type of real opinion. Now, if I actually get to view it, then I might be able to tell you something about the NBA playoffs. So I might start watching now. We getting down to brass tacks. We getting down to brass tacks. So maybe I'll start watching, and I might have an opinion or two. But chances are, and maybe I'll take on that mantle, because Light Skywalker's slipping, and he hasn't got back on the air with his normal round ball rant, which generally, is detailed, is based in basketball. And of course, certain people they're just in the sniper fire. The Lakers, Doc Rivers, and there's one more, but between the Lakers and Doc Rivers, I don't know who gets worse coverage from ABM. But looking forward to the day when hopefully he comes back and we can get that detailed basketball opinion, also coupled with sniper fire for any and everything that is the LA Lakers. So we will have the annual show on religion next week, Tuesday, 5 Central, and we will have a guest, as we've had for the last, let me make sure I'm not lying, 4. So this will be the 10th. This will be the 10th show. So we've had 9. 4 of them we had guests. So I had 5 where it was just me in the chat room. Seemed like it started before that. So we had 5 where it was just me in the chat room. Last 4 years we've had guests. 2 years we've had Raider for Life. And for 2 years we've had Raider Kev. And I will say the next guest we have is a Raider. We're revisiting with another Raider. So we will have another Raider fan that seems to be the only people willing to come on and do that show. But we will have another Raider fan next week. Looking forward to that. Probably, I'd say barring a return of TSA, which is very, very low percentage, barring a return of TSA, me finding a way to interest her in doing another show, and or bribing or finding a way to guilt somehow. Well, I wouldn't do that, but some type of bribery. If I could find some type of bribe where I could con her and or talk her into doing it, that would still be my favorite show of the year. But until TSA returns to the airwaves, a close second is the annual show on religion. So looking forward to that next week. Let's go ahead and get into today's topic. Title of today's show is Consequences. And I think especially probably the demographic, and it's a little widespread, but generally speaking, most of us follow a demographic, whatever consequences. If you did things you weren't supposed to, there was something to pay, whether that be punishment. And generally speaking, punishment has some type of physical altercation. That back then it was called a whooping, some type of discipline. The switch bush, the bush that was obviously that wasn't. I think was it a holly bush? I can't remember, but it was I was glad when it got cut down. But my grandfather's house was the place where that was always a thing. If you did something wrong, you had to go out there and pick your switch. That really wasn't a thing at the house. Not saying that you didn't get something, but I think that was generally a belt. But there were consequences. If you did something wrong, there were consequences for your actions. So you straightened up. Even if you didn't learn your lesson, you just pretended that you learned, so just so you wouldn't have to deal with consequences. So consequences are a thing of life that everybody, everybody's had to deal with consequences, right or wrong, and that kind of shaped your behavior or allowed you to understand, okay, this type of behavior is acceptable, this type of behavior is not. So in that with that thought process, this is what I'd like to get into. And this is the Underground Railroad Show, hosted by your boy That Ninja, and shortened version, somewhat shortened version of perception versus reality. And I don't know if you're familiar with the story yet. I think it has been getting talked about somewhat. But generally speaking, if I want to see if something is out there in the masses, you can kind of look at social media and certain outlets and look at social media and you can tell, okay, this is being talked about. Okay, I see it over here. I see it over here. I see it being talked about over here. That's generally how I can tell if something is really out in the masses and if it's really general information. And I haven't necessarily seen this everywhere. I'm sure a lot of people have seen it. And that's what prompted today's show. Forgive me for the pause. I'm having a slight computer glitch there. So generally speaking, without consequences, people don't learn their lesson. If you don't learn your lesson, the offensive behavior continues. So consequences are just a thing of life, something you generally learn when you're growing up. And I am looking at my clock, and my clock isn't moving. Sorry, just making sure I'm still live. Okay, appears I'm still live. Okay, clock's not moving. All right, do me a favor and let me know if there are any audio issues, yay or nay. So let me know about that, yay or nay. And let me kill a little time until then. Okay, still going there. Okay, that was good. That must have been, okay, temporary. All right, hopefully there wasn't audio loss there. There was a pause. Still having my, still getting these early issues off with StreamYard. Okay. Confirmation. All right, just making sure. Title of today's show is Consequences. Consequences are a result or effort of an action or condition. A result or effect of an action or condition. Once again, a result or effect of an action or condition. Consequences of your actions. Something that has been used for discipline throughout the years. Most people experience that. That's how you learn boundaries. You learn, okay, this is acceptable. This is not. If I do this, I get an approval. If I do this, I seem to get in trouble or I get reprimanded. I get punished in one way or another. I don't like that, so I'll stop doing that. And at the same time, understand why it is that I'm not supposed to behave in that manner. But throughout life, consequences are necessary if you want to alter behavior. I think it's safe to say that. Consequences are necessary if you want to alter behavior. The story that prompted this title is Mr. Rodney Hinton Jr. Rodney Hinton Jr. Tragic story for him, and it's a story that's all too familiar in America that we've dealt with continuously way past the last decade, last 15, last 20 years since we've been here. But, we can concentrate in the last We can concentrate on the last century if we want to go there. And that's really too short. That only takes it. We can concentrate on the last century, just so we won't be all over the place. But I think you can see the problem when there are no consequences for one's actions. And for those that aren't familiar with Rodney Hinton Jr., and forgive me for the pause. But I hadn't seen a lot, I hadn't seen a lot really on social media about it. But in Cincinnati, in Ohio, it has been wilding for a lot of reasons. But in Cincinnati, Rodney Hinton's son, and I believe this was the day before, his 18-year-old son was chased down by police. Now, I cannot recall what the offense was, why he was being chased, but there were no shots fired. There was no imminent danger for police officers. Ryan Hinton, and that's what I was looking for as his son's name. Ryan Hinton, along with I think maybe 2 or 3 other people were running from the Cincinnati police. Chased down and gunned down. I believe shot in the back. What the police said is that he brandished the gun. And I noticed the language right there when it was said, brandished the gun. Brandished. They didn't say he pointed the gun. They didn't say he fired upon us. Generally, that would be the lie. He pointed the gun at us. They said he brandished the gun. That means the gun was present, perhaps, but having a gun is not illegal. And if this individual was running away from you, I'd imagine they weren't in the shootout. If they were in the shootout, they wouldn't be running. They'd be shooting. But they're trying to make it normalcy or normalize if you don't do what I say and or if I have to run. I don't know what they're really trying to normalize, but they're acting as if because they had to chase them, then it's okay to murder somebody. And again, it's become normalcy because there haven't been consequences for this. It's been very rare. And if there are no consequences, then how is one going to change behavior? And as I've spoken about week by week, and I spoke about last week, particularly when the Cow Awards are being read, that's the Colonizer of the Week, when I'm reading those and they're particularly infuriating, as they are every week, but when I'm reading those and I'm reading those stories and reading about these heinous crimes, and every time there are either no consequences and or initially the police department along with the media shape it as if it's some type of incident when it's clear harassment and or murder and or assault. Time and time again, people watch as no actions are taken when we're murdered. And when there are no consequences, there seemingly is no reason for these individuals to stop, because being rational is not getting it. Having these so-called meetings and trying to have an understanding, whatever the hell that means, is not accomplishing anything because there are no consequences. Instead of this individual immediately getting fired, there are always excuses. When Ahmaud Arbery was, I think that was that situation. I want to say he was in the street with an officer and he gunned him down. I believe that same officer did an interview about it. And he was so reckless the way he talked about it, as if he was out shooting deer or something. He talked about how he saw the bullet go in and he watched the life leave his body. No. Ahmaud Arbery was That's the one that got chased down when he was jogging. I apologize for that. Michael Brown. It was Michael Brown. Darren Wilson. It was Michael Brown. So when Michael Brown was shot in the street, Darren Wilson did an interview where he just casually talked about it. So when there are no consequences, not only does he not get fired, not only did he not have any type of reprimand, not only was he heralded and rewarded by his employer, he was paraded around and doing interviews where people actually allowed him to talk about it and did not address him as the psychopath that he was as he did so. Speaking about murdering a child, murdering a man, and taking enjoyment in it for absolutely no reason. Now, again, just speaking about consequences. We saw what happened with Trayvon Martin. I'm speaking about the fact that there are no consequences for these actions, as we talked about week to week, and I talk about my frustration. And I'm saying that it's historically this type of behavior when a group of people actually feel like there's no justice for them or there's no place that they can go to get fair treatment, then the natural reaction eventually is going to take place. When an individual has no expectation of fair treatment, that's going to cause them to react differently in society, and it probably should. Now, with that in mind, when Rodney Hinton Jr.'s son was murdered, and I said murdered, the next day he was watching, and they immediately, shrugged it off, said that he brandished a gun. I saw the words, something to the effect of a police officer's not going to wait until he's fired upon. But having a gun is not illegal, so what are you saying? Running away is not something that warrants murder. And I realize there's always going to be somebody that try to, I don't know, for the purposes of whatever they call it now, trolling or maybe just being there's always going to be somebody to say something like, well, why was he running? If he didn't do anything, nothing would have happened.
I need a nigger.
And at one point in this story about Rodney Hinton Jr., they're going to find somebody, but Mr. Hinton, the very next day, got in his car after watching his child get murdered, not really able to finish watching it. He left distraught. Found a Cincinnati police officer that was, I believe, working traffic around the college campus. And forgive me for being late on the details. And he committed vehicular homicide. And I know that the initial reaction is to want to say something to the effect of that's terrible and we shouldn't celebrate that, but that's when you shouldn't lose focus. The problem is that his son was murdered. The problem is that this happens all too often. The problem is that there are never consequences, and because there are never consequences, it continues. Even in this situation, they immediately dismissed it and treated it as routine after murdering this man's son. It is a parent's job to protect their child. I say it every week when we have these cows. The grace, and I probably don't use these words, but the grace and composure shown by some of these parents in these situations is amazing, bordering on frustrating, because it's hard to understand how you can be so composed, not composed, but give people. Now, I don't really want to say that, but the composure of some of these parents in this situation has been amazing. And you can take that for what you'd like. But when this man's son was murdered, understanding the history, understanding no consequences will be given, understanding that they're already dismissing it, saying he brandished a weapon, understanding that he just looked at his son being murdered and chased down and killed for no reason. He went out and administered consequences. And what a lot of people would do in the situation, and what I'm afraid that a lot of people would do in the situation, is immediately go to criticizing him and the actions and losing focus. This is a reaction. This is not those savages that attacked Ahmaud Arbery because he was jogging and they didn't like it and they murdered him and thought they were going to get away with it. By the way, they're asking for a retrial right now. This is not Kyle Rittenhouse taking an illegally obtained AR-15 across state lines and murdering innocent civilians because he was, quote unquote, protecting buildings. That was the reason that was given when savages were murdering people that were not storming the Capitol, not, doing ignorant colonizer shit. They were protesting murder. And the police's response to that was, get those motherfuckers. So not only did they allow those murders, they threw the gun out and made sure he got off. That is a signal to say, if you're part of the group that dares to have a soul and have proper upbringing and you want to protest murder, we'll get you too. That makes them back the fuck off. It's very strategic. So when there are no consequences, eventually consequences will be administered. Mr. Hinton wasn't going to wait for a bullshit trial. I know what he was thinking.
Forgiveness is between them and God. It's my job to arrange the meeting.
The focus should be on what happened to his son and what continues to happen. If you simply fired the officers and/or changed policies instead of making policies to absolve them of murder, then something could be changed. The problem is they're not trying to change anything. They just want us to shut the fuck up and accept it. Oh, forgive me, I'm very late. I'm just kind of setting it up, but Mr. Hinton. Let's keep it in perspective. He's not going in a grocery store in Buffalo with an AR-15, racial epithets all over it, live recording so his friends can watch it because they knew what was coming. He's not Ryan Palometer in Florida. He's not the psychopath in Buffalo. I'm white, I'm mad, I don't like black people, I'm about to go kill a bunch of them. That's not what this is. This is reactionary. Reactionary because nothing's ever done. So he got something done. And as they paraded him out to give out the charges in the courtroom, they had a whole lot of the police in there, I guess the deputies and sheriffs, just surrounding. And he wasn't shaking, he wasn't crying. And when he walked out, he turned and looked them in the face. And you could read what the fuck his face was saying. And you can say what you like to say. But when the system does nothing, and they continue to murder us like it's a fucking field day, what the hell do you think was going to happen? What needs to be understood in this situation is this is behavior that's a result of your inaction. And it's not that deep. Just stop being a psychopath. Don't even want to do that. Let's make laws that we can use cute words to get around murder. Let's make sure that if we do kill somebody, we can't get sued. Let's make sure if we put somebody in jail that isn't supposed to be there and they get out 10 years later, 20 years later, 30 years later, that we don't have to pay them money. That's what they're doing with their lobbyists and with their and with your tax dollars. They're making sure that there are no consequences for anything that they do. What choice did he have? He just watched his son get murdered. He couldn't even finish watching the video. And understanding what this country is and what's going to happen and what has already happened, he administered consequences because he knew there were none coming. This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Man, forgive me for the pause. Back on my spot. All right. Y'all remember Eric Garner? In New York. He was accused of selling loose cigarettes. The police then jumped on him, started choking him. He was telling them that he couldn't breathe. They continued to choke him out. Didn't stop. Killed that man on the street. Nothing happened. They said, well, he had a lung disorder. I mean, he was on drugs. I mean, he had a habit. He had a pre-existing condition. It didn't have anything to do with him being choked. I mean, why was he selling cigarettes? He shouldn't have been selling cigarettes. They killed Eric Garner on the street. You know what happened? Nothing. You know who got charged with something? The ninja that recorded it. Or the individual that recorded it. No, I don't want to make assumptions, but whoever recorded that and put it out there for the world to see so they couldn't lie about what happened. That's who got put in jail. That's who went to court. That's who got a charge put on them. The police got a pat on the back, a hero's welcome. There were no consequences. And because there were no consequences, you know what those police did? Sometime after they murdered Eric Garner on the street for selling loose cigarettes, they wore T-shirts. Remember, as he was dying, he kept saying, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Again, I don't know if people forgot about this before George Floyd, but he was saying, I can't breathe. They just kept killing him out because, again, psychopaths get off on that. Nothing happened. As a result, after that, they wore T-shirts. The officers that killed him and their fellow officers wore T-shirts that said, I can breathe. And they took selfies with big smiles on their face and posted that shit. Why wouldn't they? There are no consequences. It's funny. It's cool. I'm sure he remembers that. And again, what he did was reactionary because there are too many examples of no consequences. Mekhi Xavier Daniels. He was an Army vet that strategically in Dallas fatally shot 5 police officers and wounded about several more. I can't remember. It's like 7 to 10 more. By himself, strategically did that in Dallas. And again, on the surface, this guy is a menace. He's a terrorist. He's attacking our officers, and these guys protect us. On the surface, that's what would be said in this situation. But I must say to that. That's a lie! That's a goddamn lie! Mekhi Xavier Johnson had several manifestos that expressed the way that he felt. He had a problem with America and the way they treated black people, the lynchings and treatment of us in this country. But this incident happened, again, as a result. It's a reaction. It's not relatable to psychopaths like Rittenhouse and George Zimmerman and the psychopath in Buffalo's name escapes me right now. Ryan Palomitas, Florida. The other psychopath in Tennessee at the church. But these are straight hate crimes. This is a result of inaction and or actions done by a department that is a recluse and nothing is happening as they continue to murder our people. Mekhi Xavier Daniels strategically took out multiple police officers. And he did so in 2016. He did this on the heels And there's one specific, but Micaiah Xavier Johnson, again, there are multiple acts. We can go back to James Byrd, 1998, but there are multiple acts. But on the heels of two separate murders, Alton Sterling, July 5th, 2016. Philandos Castile murdered the day after, July 6th, 2016. Alton Sterling, if I remember correctly, was in front of a store. I believe Baton Rouge, maybe it was New Orleans. He was in front of a store. I believe this is him. And the police he was selling CDs. The police ran up on him, jumped on him, pinned him down, shot him in his fucking chest 2 or 3 times in a row, rolled off of him, and then screamed, "He's got a gun." And I'm not exaggerating. Pow, 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 he's got a gun. No charges, no consequences. 2 murders, 2 days in a row, with no expectation of any type of retribution and or proper punishment. On the heels of this and many more murders and this man's frustration, he took out his frustrations on said police departments that co-sign and back up said acts. Gray, Blue Wall, Unity, whatever the fuck it is. But this is a reaction. This isn't a psychopath going off of his... These things would not happen if people would just act half fucking decent, but there have to be consequences. And after so many damn acts where you witness nothing happening, when there is nothing less than murder, and the only difference is the person they're murdering is black and the other person that killed them is a white officer. Because a black officer, they'll send a ninja to jail for that shit. But a white officer, they're doing everything they can to make sure that it's legal, as opposed to getting rid of people that always find conflict with black people. Again, reacting and not initiating. So on the heels of that, Micaiah Xavier Johnson attacked the police in Dallas, taking out 5, injuring several, and they killed him with a remote control bomb. Gavin Long, on the heels of Alton Sterling, and he said that specifically. And again, we're speaking about, and again, this is on the heels of Alton Sterling. This is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And what they call a ambush attack. Gavin Long shot 6 police officers, 4 of whom died. 1 died later from complications in 2022. That's a long time in between shootings to say that. But I don't know. I digress on that. But shooting 6 officers, killing 4. Before, I believe they killed him in a shootout, if I remember correctly. He was killed in a shootout with police on the scene. But these are acts, these are reactions to inaction. None of these individuals would have committed these acts if the police department would have simply done their job and got rid of these officers and or made policies where these things would stop. But they don't, and they don't change anything because they think this is okay. There have to be consequences or nothing will change. These individuals administer consequences. These are people that, there was one individual that said, I want to make it, I like it to be clear that these individuals serve no purpose. They're not heroes. They're thugs. Some people might take that approach. You can't do that. That's wrong. The police department is here to serve us. They're our friends. It's a hard job. I have relatives at our police. You ever heard of Chris Dorner? He was a police officer. He was a former military. Very decorated. Good enough to work like in the government, White House type of protection. Chose to be a police officer in California. Can't find a picture where that ninja isn't smiling. You know they love to show bad images of us. They can't find one. Chris Dorner was a police officer, damn good one. Could have went higher in life. He just wanted to serve the people. You know what he was guilty of? Again, police officer, right? A female officer who had a disabled and or mentally challenged person handcuffed and subdued, kicked this individual. He reported it because a dumbass white female police officer handcuffed somebody and then kicked them. Again, psychotic behavior being normalized. A good police officer, you know the ones y'all always talk about, all police officers ain't bad. This is an example. A good police officer turned her in, and as a result, the entire police department turned on him, charged him, fired him, ruined his career and his life. Probably laughing it off. We just showed you. Next time, you'll understand that you have to act a certain way. But they actually underestimated Mr. Dorner. As opposed to Mr. Dorner saying, okay, it's okay that you ruined my life. It's okay that I didn't do anything wrong. Yet and still, I find myself without a job and in trouble. All the other officers that were there, keep it in mind, other people saw this, and everybody lied and said it didn't happen. Everybody contributed, got behind the blue wall, and ended that man's career. He took out a week-long vendetta, and he did it, in his own words, to bring attention to what he called a culture of racism that cost him his career. A culture of racism within the police department, which we know is normal. He tried to expose it, and not only did they not do anything about him turning in that officer, they turned on him, made him the bad guy, fired him. But instead of him laying down, he went on a week-long killing spree, shooting 5 police officers, one of their kids, and one other individual. And again, some people hear that, no, my God, no, concentrate on the problem. He did the right thing because he didn't want to do the right thing, and they tried to ruin his life, and he administered consequences because there were going to be none. He was going to be pushed aside as the person that was in the wrong. You know, what's that worthless motherfucker who's the motherfucker that still draws air and is fucking crazy? What's the ignorant motherfucking officer that, you know what I'm saying, like America's favorite ninja? Sheriff David Clark, is that his name? He was like the opposite of that, as opposed to him, you know, saying something like, well, you have to subdue the suspect. He turned her in for doing bullshit. Handcuffed suspect, and you're kicking this individual. First and foremost, if there were no handcuffs on that man, he'd probably stomp you out, which makes it even worse. It's a cowardly act, a culture of psychopathy. He tried to expose it. They ruined his career, and he did what he could to take out as many as he could. At the end of the day, they chased him to some type of lodge and burnt the fucking building down. 2 out of these 3 individuals, they had to go to extreme tactics to get rid of them. One, a remote control bomb with Mr. Dorner. Again, another, all of these individuals were in the military, by the way, trained and disciplined. Again, everybody left a manifesto as to why they were doing what they were doing as well. They burned down the house and or building that he was in, if I remember correctly, and later identified the body. I mean, for all that's worth. As a result of Rodney Hinton Jr.'s son being murdered, he retaliated. And he retaliated in the only way that he knew how, out of frustration, desperation, and probably in a psychotic state. And I would argue that after watching the film of his kid get murdered and watching the news and police say that it was justified because he, quote unquote, garnished the weapon as he was running the fuck away. They mowed down and killed a fucking kid in Columbus, Ohio, and they said, well, he had a water gun, it's all good. All the officers were just standing there around the kid for no reason. Then one pulled up, jumped out, and burned him down and killed him. Nothing happened. No consequences. Why do you think the behavior continues? If you put that motherfucker in jail and take away his pension, fuck his life up, I bet you they'll stop. Do that to about 5 or 6 of them motherfuckers. They're not doing it because they don't care. Therefore, consequences have to be administered. And that's the point that doesn't need to get lost. And that's the issue. No consequences. Again, these are individuals that are reacting to injustice. They're reacting to inaction. And, for people that are, want to quote the holy book, eye for an eye. Keep in mind, after George Floyd was murdered, again, there were no consequences in these previous actions outside of the ones administered by these gentlemen. They put dude in jail, but there was violence. The police, the precinct burnt down. And because there were some form of consequences for that action, there was at least an attempt to pretend like they were going to do something. A statue, a bunch of Caucasians wearing kente cloths and taking knees and shit. A bunch of symbolic shit that led to nothing. But it still enraged white America because just because a nigga got choked out by the police doesn't mean you have to do all of this shit. It's just too much. Trust me, I talked to them. That's what they said. Look, it was wrong, but don't tell me that guy deserves this. And I said, damn, you're ignorant. But that's the way that I'm going to stop. Let me not label, but we're going to stay focused on a lack of consequences. And because there are no consequences, this type of behavior has occurred. It's amazing it doesn't happen more. Now, again, what's interesting to me is that these 3 individuals caused all of this damage by themselves in those situations. Damn, I wonder what would happen if as a group we were well trained. If those individuals could bring those situations and bring those administrations to their knees to a degree. Amazing what one well-trained individual can do. Man, what could happen with a group? Remember the NFAC, the Not Fucking Around Coalition, that again formed after all of these things happened? Ahmaud Arbery, when that happened, they were down the street from the people who killed him. Their house, they were close by. Or they were guarding, they were doing something, either guarding a house or they were close to where those individuals murdered Ahmaud Arbery and close to their house. I remember they showed a video, the police weren't going down there because they weren't doing anything wrong, but they were armed, justified, well-trained, and again, they weren't acting like these savage whites that murder black people for no reason. They were there as a reaction to prevent. They never went anywhere and just started shooting people as the whites have in many situations. Never, not once. They put the leader in jail for using his flashlight to look on the roof because there were snipers up there. And they said that he pointed his gun at a federal officer. Put him in jail. He might still be there breaking up the group. When they want to take something down, they will. They're not fixing this shit with the officers because it's cool to shoot niggas. It's tradition. It's what this country does. Why would they care about that? Therefore, the only choice is to administer consequences because they've shown you that they're not going to do it. And when a group like the NFAC was put together, that obviously struck fear because they went quickly to stop that. So it lets you know that they wanted to stop these white terrorist groups, they could. The NFAC never did anything wrong. They didn't go anywhere and shoot up anything like those crazy sons of bitches do all the time, and they took them down. Because ninjas, armed and trained, scared savages. I don't know why. If we were crazy, bro, this motherfucker would be on fire. All we want you to do is just act right a little bit. And there's resistance and pushback on that, which is amazing to me. In short, for the future ninjas that are going to downplay this and or put something out there, or be that one that they're looking for. You know the one they're looking for.
I need a nigga. I need a nigga.
To come in and say he was wrong, you can't do that. You can't take the law into your own hands. He didn't help anything. No. All of that reaction, all of that. That's what fix the problem. Fix the problem. In short, Rodney Hinton Jr. joins a long list of individuals I respect. Ma'Khia Xavier Johnson, Gavin Eugene Long to be exact, Chris Dorner. Now Mr. Rodney Hinton Jr., who immediately sought retribution for the murder of his child. And again, with their weak ass, if you want to have reactions, do something about his kid being chased down and killed instead of being so damn trying to normalize and you really thought you were going to act like that shit was normal, didn't you? And I'm sure he would have preferred to go directly to the source, but he didn't have that ability. And again, a lot of people will concentrate on that action, but I implore you to concentrate on the actions that cause him to react. In every situation involving a ninja doing things like this, they're reacting to injustice. They're not initiating things. They're not Ryan Palamita. They're not fucking George Zimmerman. They're not fucking Kyle Rittenhouse. They're not the motherfucking Buffalo that murdered 11 elderly black people and the news didn't cover it because they didn't give a fuck. They're reacting to injustice, not mad because they're white and this country's so against them.
America.
In America, if you're a capable white man and you can't make something happen, that's on you.
Rodney Hinton Jr. simply said,
Forgiveness is between them and God. It's my job to arrange the meeting.
And when this conversation is had and when police officers are held accountable, it's always, I don't understand this anti-police rhetoric.
Come on, man, that's a brittle spirit. That is a brittle ass spirit.
It is a tendency and attribute of a psychopath to feel attacked when they're held accountable for their actions. And your behavior gives you that label, which is why I continue to call you that, psychopaths. In closing, for me, and this is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja, a salute to Gavin Eugene Long, Ma'Khia Xavier Johnson, Chris Dorner, and Rodney Hinton Jr. This is about a lack of consequences for the actions of race soldiers in uniform. And what seems to be the policy worldwide for police departments.
I hate niggas, bro. I hate niggas, bro.
The truth is for everybody, but everybody might not be for the truth.
The perception is that violence is never the answer and cooler heads should prevail. But in reality, aggression only respects equal and greater aggression. So if there are no consequences, there will be no change in behavior. I truly appreciate everybody coming aboard. Let's take a ride. Truly appreciate y'all coming aboard, man. Thank you for coming aboard and rolling with me. I see, I already saw a couple of things about this chat room. I really think we might need to go to another chat room. But again, I thought I cleared this thing, man. If let me know if y'all are having problems with the chat room, and especially I really need to know this. Let me know if we're having any audio distortion. I think I fixed what the problem was last time. I think I had the wrong setting on. Let me know if we have audio distortion. Let me know if we have audio distortion. But when I saw the story with Rodney Hinton Jr. and I saw what they did to his son, and again, they're trying to normalize this behavior. He brandished a gun. An officer's not going to wait to be fired upon. Just a normal murderous walk in the park. Just it's all good, it's fine. And when I saw what that man did, the utmost respect. The utmost respect. And again, for those who are offended, the problem is you should be offended by their actions instead of my words and his reaction. Bottom line, they don't do that. He doesn't have to take action. It's very simple. Murdering his son was not necessary. Why? Because you don't feel like running? Because you're trying to normalize this ninja's run? Having a gun is not illegal. And if you're black and you don't have a gun, something's wrong with you at this point. In this country? I digress. Thank y'all for coming aboard and rolling with me. Again, let me know about any chat issues. I want to know about any audio distortion, even if it's every now and again. Please let me know about any chats you're trying to put in and you're having problems. And I'm going to get back in these settings and see if I can fix it. If not, we're going to have to universally agree, or I'm going to have to try to set the chat room up. I think it would be better to try to do it off of YouTube, I think. So, I mean, maybe we can just go there if the restrictions are that bad. But again, let me know. We got my man Dexter on the train. Thank you for coming aboard, sir. Dexter said the bitch needs to be shot where are all the gang members at? And let me repeat that. In all caps, the bitch needs to be shot where are all the gang members at? And again, no argument for me. No argument for me, sir. But again, no consequences, man. No consequences. And the behavior continues. And unfortunately, there would be more vitriol for discussion about it as opposed to the actual problem. And therein lies the problem, Dexter. Therein lies the problem.
It's fact. You're right. It's fact.
Amen, preacher!
Okay, yeah, I think in the beginning this thing lost audio. Dexter was saying she went to call a 5-year-old. She wanted to call a 5-year-old black child a nigga, and these motherfuckers GoFunded her $700,000. Let me know what story you're talking about, sir. Did you put it in the page? Okay, and this is when the audio was out. We got the angry black man on the train. What's going on, sir? Light Skywalker. I'm going to continue to give him problems and till he comes back to the air. Till he comes back to the air. Can't do us like that, sir. Need a few more shows of substance back on the air, sir. Get back to it. Get back to it.
Who raised you?
We got my man Sluggo the motherfucking Ham on the train. What's going on, sir? Sluggo said, is this the religion show? You said it wouldn't be until Tuesday. No, not today, sir. Not today. Actually, not tomorrow. I said that at the beginning. It's actually going to be next Tuesday. And I'll go ahead and tell you now, my guest will be once again the man that the originator, Raider for Life. Raider for Life will be back next Tuesday, 5 Central, annual show on religion. Myself, Raider for Life, my traditional intro, and we'll get to it. And I'll y'all will see the title when you see it. I'll wait until the end. It's without the avatars, being right there, you don't have that same little, not shock value, but somebody being able to see the title and look at the avatar immediately, and kind of, get a sense of where I'm going or get a reaction off of that.
You don't really get that with this particular format, but that's cool. That's cool. Next Tuesday, sir, the 13th. The 13th. And Sluggo said, is this the religion show? You said it wouldn't be until Tuesday.
It's my house.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
That was a misfire.
Who told you that?
Sluggo said that Army vet was a hero. That Army vet was a hero.
Amen, preacher!
God damn anybody who doesn't glorify his work.
Preach, sir.
Amen, preacher!
Coming aboard the train to his usual bomb drop for slapping the sauce out of his wife's hands, which he tried to apply it to my ribs. True story. None other than my main man, Sidney Jackson. What's going on, sir? Sidney Jackson coming aboard the train saying, fuck the police, then, now, and forever.
I don't like fucking cops. I don't like fucking cops.
Sidney Jackson said, come on, Ninja. I was looking forward to you breaking down James Harden. Pelvic flinch like a... Sidney Jackson saying, come on, Ninja. I was looking forward to you breaking down James Harden's pelvic flinch-like performance in Game 7. I've heard about his pelvic flinch-like performance, sir, and it's very disappointing. I'm sure you're well aware that I was not on pins and needles checking out the basketball contest. I did not watch that round ball contest. I haven't been interested, sir. You know what? I'm not even going to say the shit that I've been watching, but I've been catching comedy shows and whatnot. I only missed one. I'll give y'all that in a second. I missed one, and there was a dumb reason to miss it too. And I'm gonna have a slight comedy rant shortly, but I'll get there. I'll get there. Sidney Jackson said, my favorite police officers are the ones that smoke Oh, that's right. Let's go back. My favorite police officer is the one that smoked the treasonous bitch, Ashley Babbitt. He's the real hero. Bang, bang on her. I don't think I disagree. Sidney Jackson said, go back. My favorite police officer is the one that smoked that treasonous bitch, Ashley Babbitt. He's the real hero. Bang, bang on her unwashed ass.
Hey, who raised you? Hey, who raised you?
Yeah.
White people have never been clean. Not now, not ever.
Again, please keep in mind, this is how I vent. Trust me, y'all would rather have me doing this, I promise. Coming aboard the train with his traditional good evening.
Motherfucker.
We have a man that was here for my very first show. None other than my man, JBJ. What's going on, sir? That's going to prompt a lot of jokes. Thank you for coming aboard, man. Hope you are enjoying the ride thus far. Sluggo said, just like they have a history of violence, we have a history of marching and singing nigger hymns. That's the primary reason they keep doing it. Again, let's read that again to make sure that it was well received.
Just like they have a history of violence, we have a history of marching and singing nigga hymns. That's the primary reason they keep doing it. Preach. Sluggo said they banned that chat 3 times. I see what it is now. So this, when I get to the top of the chat, I swear we should try to switch over to YouTube and see if we have these same problems. Because I swear I took away all the restrictions on the chat room, and apparently they got some other things going on. They banned that chat 3 times. That's wild. JB just said, are we discussing round ball today?
What the hell did you just say?
Who told you that?
What the hell did you just say?
Who told you that?
That was a call that a replacement, JBJ. JBJ said, I want to do a podcast, but where do I start and what do I talk about? Thanks for recognizing the the intro, sir. Yeah, but unfortunately, anybody looking for round ball talk today, you're going to be disappointed. No round ball talk. I'm still discussing football. I'll be on the draft, and I'm giving out draft grades for the remaining teams that I have not discussed yet, on top of a few more topical issues and the bullshit word that they say. I'm not going to say that. A few things that might be on my mind, as opposed to saying shit like pop culture. A few things that might be on my mind along with that is what I'm going to get into after we catch up with the chat room. Unfortunately, no round ball talk. So,
It's my house. You know what it is? And if you don't like it, you get the fuck out.
Sluggo said, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. JBJ said Twitch is tripping. We might have to switch this up. Sluggo said, coward Popo will sit back and allow kids to be slaughtered in school, but stick their chest out when killing unarmed black men, women, and kids. That's right on code for said cowards. And again, preach.
You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
Okay, I got you, Sluggo. I got you. Dexter said we need to be using tactics they use in the Middle East, except for the religious bullshit. I'm really not going to argue with that. Again, man, just the constant asking for humane treatment is redundant at this point. It really is. Dexter said, okay, thank you for the clarification. This white woman in a park called a black child a nigga, the video being all over social media. Again, man, I'm telling you, it's just like people that aren't raised properly, ignorant people, when you don't train them, it's just like not training your pets. They will run and piss and shit everywhere. And when there are no consequences for these things that are constantly happening to us, it's just going to make things worse because you're going to have to check people. Man, everybody knows that when you're in a situation, when you're around those cats, you got to set standards. Because you're not going to get a workspace full of level-minded colonizers. You're not going to find that. Like all of them, no way. There's always going to be somebody that goes too far, says something, does something they have no business doing, tries to, you're going to have to respectfully check several people. You always have to. You always have to. Otherwise, they're going to do something that's really going to make you snap. So you got to nip it in the bud, like quick. And these are situations where the unintelligent, the poorly raised, in a lot of cases, the unbathed,
feel entitled and empowered, and it's going to lead to a lot of chokeouts and ass whoopings and knockouts. And further, we really don't start a lot of shit with people. This is just not our MO. Again, the evidence, the behavior of the savages is projected on us because through the news, through entertainment, through agents that they have that, as Dre 3K said, alien can blend right on in, which you can. Look again, because I swear I spot one every now and then. They're always going to use somebody that looks like you to administer the poison. Such a repetitive cycle. I digress, man. It's disheartening to see how easily that they can just continue with the same repetitive actions. And it's 2025. James Byrd got tied to a truck and drugged down the road till body parts came off in 1998. They haven't stopped before and they haven't stopped since. 2025. And they won't even admit that there's racism and an inherent bias and racism against black people in this country, because this country, why would they? That's an American tradition. They think the shit's funny. Once again, that's why there need to be consequences. That's why these men are heroes. Sidney Jackson said, Ninja, congratulations on a decade of sinning and backsliding. Hey, sir, some would say I'm not in a position to backslide. The only thing I'd be doing is rotating where I already am. But thank you for that. Ninja, congratulations on a decade of sinning and backsliding. Sinning and backsliding is hysterical. But for one to backslide, sir.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
For one to backslide, one has to be in a position to where I'm like, I have to be coming out of something to backslide. I believe I'm in the midst of it.
Woo! Jesus.
Ninja, congratulations on a decade of sinning and backsliding.
Woo! Jesus.
Also, this will be the 10th year of Jungle being MIA. Cindy, you stupid. I'm sorry. Oh, this is brilliant. I love clever chats. Cindy Jackson said, Ninja, congratulations on a decade of sinning and backsliding.
Woo! Jesus.
You're right. It's fact.
Also, this will be the 10th year of Jungle being MIA. Yea, as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I took a look at my life. Oh, shit. I'm sorry.
Woo! Jesus.
Sick help! Sick help!
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Whew. Hey, Sidney Jackson.
You've been had. You've been took. You've been hoodwinked. Bamboozled. Led astray. Run amok.
Oh, I'm crying. Sidney Jackson. Sidney Jackson said, Ninja, congratulations on a decade of sinning and backsliding.
Woo! Jesus.
Also, this will be the 10th year of Jungle being MIA. Yea, as I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. Yes, I recycled this. Yes, I recycled this joke. Just finished yard work. Too tired to be clever.
Woo! Jesus.
That's why I know there's a God. That's why I know there's a God.
God damn anybody who doesn't glorify his work.
Hey, Sydney, that deserves to be recycled.
You're
sir.
a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160. You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Sydney, I'm crying. Hey, listen, I realized you had used that before, but sir.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
That was brilliant. That was brilliant.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, Jesus Christ, man, I'm crying. You stupid. I'm sorry. Oh, let me shake that off. Whew. Okay, I'm good now. Oh, something wrong with you, sir. Oh, something wrong with you, sir. Sydney Jackson laughing at. Hey, look, if I'm not mistaken, I think Sydney's the one that sent me this, but I chopped it up a little bit. Sydney Jackson is laughing at.
White people have never been clean. Not now, not ever.
These are just jokes. These are just jokes.
White people have never been clean. Not now, not ever.
Now I ask you, what's worse? Me doing this or going across state lines with an AR-15 and shooting people because they protesting because I want to protect the building? Which one's worse? Just saying. Keep it in perspective. Ooh-wee. I know what they're thinking. Oh, man. Sydney's stupid. Dexter said Trump wants to give Ashley Babbitt's family $30 million. Wow. Trump wants to give Ashley Babbitt's family $30 million.
Jesus, wow. Come on down and kill that monkey, Jesus.
Hey, give me a yay or nay on switching over to YouTube and trying to do that chat room. Or let me know if y'all have a problem trying to find the show over there. I'm just wondering about these restrictions, man, because I released all of the restrictions. We really shouldn't have that problem, but obviously we do. But, you know, just in closing, man, it's again, you can only keep throwing sparks at a powder keg for so long. You can only continue this type of behavior for so long, man. It's just a cat's not asking that much, man. Semi-human behavior, that's all. Semi-humane behavior, that's all. That's all. Running ninjas down and killing them because you feel like there are no consequences, unacceptable. Unacceptable, but Mr. Rodney Hinton Jr., I salute you for being swift and for doing something other than saying we need to pray. Because quite frankly, I was tired of hearing that. Mr. Hinton.
You hear you? I hear you. You hear you? I hear you.
Dexter said they do the same thing on YouTube. You just got to use different words. Okay, well, okay, from a chat aspect, you're going to have to be a little more clever with the way that you put it across, I guess. Because I don't know. I've said some things in some YouTube chat rooms that, you know, got through with no problem. But I mean, again, y'all are the ones chatting. If y'all feel it's that deep, hell, just let me know. Now, once again, this is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, that Ninja. I mentioned at the end of the show, this is something I mentioned at the end of the show, but just a quick rehash.
because it was kind of late. I think I went 4 that night, and I think the only person in there really was Sluggo for real. But side note, and I don't really have anything for this, but let me see. What would be appropriate? What would be appropriate? I don't know. This is probably the best I can do. I have nothing for this in particular. Let me do it while I'm thinking about it. And I know I've missed a lot of people, but I know it's homie's birthday. He called and checked on me one day, just out of the blue a little while back. Truck D, happy born day, sir. Happy born day to the great Truck D.
Amen, preacher.
Cool brother right there, old Truck D. Saw him at that Stu's event, had the grandbabies and everything. Shout out to Truck D, man. Happy born day, sir. Many more. Enjoy yourself.
Amen, preacher.
Again, I'll continue to explore this chat room and see if I can take off as many restrictions as possible. So I'll see if I can take off as many as possible. But the last time I was in that chat room, to my knowledge, I thought I had removed as many barriers and restrictions as I could. I thought I had removed as many as possible. Again, apparently by y'all's reaction, not yet. Sluggo said Truck D is a big time bowler. I wish I could have. Well, you know what? Back then I was just okay. Now, because me and TSA play so much, we play so much that I'm pretty good at it. We've both gotten respectable in bowling. Okay, a quick TSA update and/or story. And you know what? I just thought about that. I need to get the rest of that information. But a quick TSA update. And for those who might be asking, who is this TSA that you speak of?
Hello, good people. This is a PSA from TSA. You are listening to the Underground Railroad Show at Spreaker.com. I am the great TSA with my assistant, That Ninja. I'm sorry for the lack of attendance. I was busy spiking faces and beating data dominoes. TSA out.
And again, she doesn't beat me at dominoes every time, but right now, yeah, she kind of got the heads up. She got the lead. But myself and the great TSA, we kicked it a little bit Sunday. What we do? We went to the Juicy Seafood and we went and bowled for a minute. Okay, so this is the quick gist of it. We met at the Juicy Seafood. Little miscommunication. She was going to drive and meet me there. It's gotten to the point where that's where it's at. She likes to drive as much as I do at this point. Like, she's like me with the driving thing. She really enjoys driving. You know, so at this point, she's really comfortable with driving. So she just went ahead and did her thing. So we met up there. You know, we ate or whatever. Actually talked to her for like 30 minutes on the way up. And again, this is a side note. This is just a side note. This is random as hell. At the time, I was out of, I didn't have any eye drops, and I was in need of some. So on the way to like where I thought I was going to get her, and then I got turned around, and then heading to the establishment where we were meeting at, I stopped at 5 convenience stores and 2 Dollar Generals, and not one of them had the eye drops that I was looking for. A little slow on the deliveries. Maybe that's a small little byproduct. Maybe they could just be slow on some regular shit, but maybe it's starting to some degree. But when I say that Dollar General had no eye drops of any kind, I'm talking about empty shelves in 2 or 3 different Dollar Generals. No, 2. And after a while, I just gave up and got something that I normally don't use. It appears the product's a little bit better, but that was wild. After about the 6th store, I was like, yeah, this is wild. Obviously, there's an issue. Obviously, there's a supply issue. But again, I digress. We met up at Juicy Seafood and ate. Then we went and bowled or whatever. You know, did I bowled I. This is and y'all know grew up with TSA. Y'all have heard her every year at least on the annual tournament. And I'm glad I said that. That reminds me of something else I need to do. But the annual tournament, the annual bracket tournament, rather, which we still need to have. That's the next thing. But the annual bracket tournament, which is my favorite show because TSA did
all of them with me except the last one I did, maybe the last one or two. But she did all of them up to that point, and that was probably the most popular show of the year, judging by participation. A few of those have been classic. Me and her both agree that the struggle food tournament, the worst of the struggle food tournament, that is easily our favorite. Like hands down our favorite. There are some that we still like, but that is easily both of our favorites. But but y'all have grown up with her. Y'all have heard her, cracking jokes, heard her personality. And some of you have witnessed her playing volleyball over the years because we've made several trips to Atlanta. ABM came here to Birmingham one time, a little small city right outside of Birmingham. Of course, in Atlanta, Magoo, the great Raider for life, came to CTSA. Grego was on his way one time, but it was a little bit too late by the time he got there. He's started to come a couple times, but I don't think he ever made it. Sluggo's made it several times. ABM's made it several times. Raider for life made it. I'll make sure I'm not leaving anybody out because I think I am. And I apologize for whoever I'm leaving somebody out. Who am I leaving out? Yeah, seems like I'm leaving somebody out. Who else is with us? Man, it seems like I'm leaving somebody out. Refresh my man, remind me, but I'm leaving somebody out. I know Raider showed it today. I'm leaving somebody out, but I digress. Point being that y'all have grown up with over the years. So this is TSA and her maturation and growth. And this is me, getting a reality check. So we went and ate. We went and bowled, did all right, had a little fun or whatever. So we left, and this is the conversation before bowling. Because the place that we were going to, they have a tendency to be busy, or at least we thought. And it's one of those places where, here goes another old man rant. I hate when you have employees, but you have me doing everything on a fucking kiosk. I hate that shit. I digress. Main event, little activity, games and all that, bowling, bar, shit like one of those places. Birthday parties, they got a bar, shit like that. But you go to the kiosk if you want to, depending on your activity. But if you want to bowl, you go sign at the kiosk. But this is the bullshit with the kiosk. You sign in for bowling and it tells you have a 3 hour and 20-minute wait. But somehow I'm supposed to know that you sign in anyway, and then it'll roll back over and tell you the real time. That doesn't make any damn sense. We're signing in to do bowling and it tells you there's a 3 hour wait. We're about to leave. And she was saying, okay, since they're busy, we were in an area called Bridge Street, a lot of outdoor shops and all of that, almost like being at a, not a Tanager, what is that shit called? Those little stops you can do on the interstate, do a little shopping, outlets and shit. Like being at one of those almost. So we were going to go over there and walk. Again, since we came bowl, do you want to go over there and walk? I'm like, yeah, that's cool. So we're getting ready to go. And one of the employees came up and said, did y'all need help? Or what did y'all want to do? I said, we were going to bowl, but there's a 3 hour wait. She's like, oh, there's not a wait. You just have to punch it in and it, and it rolls over, something like that. And in my mind, I'm like, that's fucking stupid. That's stupid as hell. How am I supposed to know that shit? That's dumb as hell. How about you just have an employee come up and punch some shit up and then we can come? That's so much easier. Why do they have you here? I digress. Anyway, she punched it up and we bowled. So we were leaving the bowling alley after, we bowled for a little bit. We left the bowling alley. She's heading her car, whatever, we hug or whatever. I like, no. We were walking to the car. And I'm like, I said, you still want to go walking? She was like, what she said? I said, you still want to go walking? She's like, oh, it wasn't an invitation. I was just saying that in case we didn't get to go bowl. You know what I'm saying? A very nice way of saying I wasn't invited. I'm going walking, but not with you. I'm finna go do my thing. I've given you a little bit of time. Now I need your old ass to get away from me. Now it's my, I'm about to go do my thing. Walk around, see what's happening. And that nigga said it wasn't an invitation. Shit. I said, hey, we still going walking? She's like, oh, it wasn't an invitation. That was just in case we didn't go bowling. Yes, I'm going walking, but I don't need any company. Oh, Jesus Christ. I said, okay. Say, yeah, that's my daughter. That's my daughter. She got that honestly. Oh, she got that honestly. It's all good. We got my man Jungle Brother on the train. What up, Jungle Brother? Thank you for coming aboard, sir. Hope you are enjoying the ride thus far. ABM said, eye drops. Is that the fallout from smoking that little ass J? Hey, sir, sometimes one's eyes are dry and they need extra lubrication. Dexter said, well, it's going to get worse now that Trump pissed off China with them tariffs. No cargo ships coming to America. Yeah, and again, negative 49 and or negative 72.
That motherfucker must have lost his goddamn mind.
You must be on something.
Point taken, sir. Point taken. Point taken. But yeah, cargo ships are slowing down coming to
America.
And again, if we want to go there, number one, that's stupid. And the prices, they're not going to pay it. They're going to change the price and put it on the consumer, which is us. Secondly, if you're actually trying to fix things, you should do things to encourage products being made here. Some type of discount on materials or a way for local businesses to make profit. So if you allow motherfuckers to make shit that we need here, then you can keep prices down or whatever. But it shouldn't be cheaper to get things shipped from fucking faraway lands. If you want to change shit up and do goofy shit, you could do that if you're trying to encourage shit being American made. But I mean, at this point, that cat's out the fucking bag. At any rate, man, I'm not going to get started on that, at least not right now. But ABM, you may be correct. Sidney Jackson says, struggle food tournament. G-Money with the all-time chat. Oh, man, he did have the all-time chat. I'm talking about tears, man. I'm talking about tears. Oh, man. G-Money had an all-time chat in that one. He had an all-time chat. Myself and my daughter were done. That was an all-time. Hey, look, that was a good one. That was a classic, man. That was a good one. That one, when we came up with the concept, that's one of the ones where we looked at each other and we were putting it together. We were like, yeah, this is going to be a good one. This is a good idea. We were like, at that point, that's a good way to go about it. And it was the main struggle, if I want to call it that, the main difficulty, even if I want to call it that, is that I had to, or I was attempting to do things that were relatable to her, which eliminated some things, but it also made it fun figuring out what we were going to talk about. So the challenge, even if you want to call it that, was just doing things that she could relate to. I didn't want to do subjects and topics that she couldn't relate to. Now, again, with that, she couldn't relate to some of those items because we didn't feed her that shit. So, and again, it's nothing to take offense to if you still consume those things, but it's just not. There's some, I'm trying to think of I still love some classic things, I think. But I'm not, obviously I don't do pork anymore, but no, I'll let that go. I don't want to go off on a side convo. But I'm just, bologna, hot dogs. I'm good. TSA loves bologna. I'm sure they get a certain quality, but she loves bologna. She'll cut it up in pieces, pre-cook it, and use it for breakfast. Take a little out, have breakfast or whatever. She still does bologna. I can't remember the last time I ate bologna. I know a lot of people still love a nice fried bologna sandwich. I'm good. I never liked all of that other shit anyway. And early on, we used to go on them fishing trips with Pops, and we go fishing, get us up early as hell. You go out and fish while it's dark as hell, go to the store and get some chips or something like that. And early on, it was that, no, you don't know. Pottage meat, souse meat, and crackers, shit like that. Vienna sausages, you know, and then, you know, potato chips, maybe something sweet, couple drinks. But, you know, you get that and that's your supplies for the day. And you go out there and fish all day. Shit was fun, but it didn't take long before I didn't want any of that souse meat or none of that. I was still, no, not the pottage meat and the Vienna sausages. After a while, I was like, I'm good on that. And I still did the souse meat for a little while. Then I was good on that. But I have no desire to eat none of that. I'm constantly trafficking. I'm constantly trafficking hot sauce to northern regions in this country when I make those trips because it's not available, not of a certain quality. So I'm constantly trafficking hot sauce. I have no desire to eat a slither, but it's still beloved. It's still beloved. Hot sauce meat. Disgusting. Classic. And those are things, when I get the time, I'll try to go back and get a lot of those things, but that's something else I miss about Spreaker. Because there was a time when I could have brought that up. But yeah, shout out to G Money with one of the most classic chats ever. What was the exact verbiage? You know what? It's not gonna hit the same. It's not gonna hit the same. It's not gonna hit the same. I'll let it go. Dexter said Dollar General, Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Dollar Tree, Family Dollar, and Walmart shelves are going to be empty. Yeah, it's going to be a problem. You might see some scraps. And again, I think it's a good thing I'm a stock type person, but I think I might need to get back on that, keeping stuff stocked up. I've gotten a little, not a little loose with that, but I'm usually better about having like stock for real, like, you know, like why you got all the shit in your deep freezer, it's just you. But, you know, I'm usually pretty good about that. I'm going to get back on that, you know, just along that line, sir. And, you know, got to have some hookups of people to kill shit, too. Somebody got a farm, you know, things of this nature. But Sluggo said, sounds like Sydney with the self-checkout at the grocery store. Yeah. Sydney, that self-checkout at the grocery store. I think he's not dealing with it. He's not dealing with it. ABM said a busy bowling alley in Huntsville. It's not hard to believe. Hey, shut up, you damn big city snob. Big city snob, Light Skywalker. Sidney Jackson said, Sluggo, I hate those goddamn machines. Hey, dude, I hate them too, Sydney. Listen, in some instances, it's okay, but if I'm really doing some grocery shopping, I'm not trying to bag my own shit. I'm not an employee. And it's insulting that you got motherfuckers watching me instead of helping me. And then on the way out, depending on where you at, they might want to look at your receipt. Why don't you just bag my shit? And if I come out of cashier and you want to see my receipt, I'm so short with these motherfuckers. As I'm giving them my receipt, because it's always the same type of people that want to see it. It's always an elderly white person or a house ninja. One time I was so annoyed with that shit, especially because of what I had. I kind of kept walking as I gave him the receipt and told him to hurry the hell up. Then snatched my receipt and kept moving when he tried to tell me have a good day. Man, I'm damn near 50, motherfucker. I ain't still not no goddamn grocery store. The fuck out of here. I know what he's thinking.
You're robbing us, you son of a bitch.
Not true.
Hell no. You're robbing us, you son of a bitch.
Not true.
Hell no.
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
I apologize. Yeah, Sydney, I hate him too. Sluggo in all, Sydney said Sluggo and in all capital letters. I hate those goddamn machines. Hey, listen, man, all of us that grew up with real grocery stores, paper bags, summer job where people bag your groceries and they bagged your groceries properly, unlike some of these cats nowadays.
Hey, who raised you?
And Sydney says, I hate those. Machine.
God damn!
Me too. Sluggo laughing at Sydney. Sydney Jackson said, TSA said, be gone, old man. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. I was like,
Who raised you?
I said, oh, me.
God damn!
Let me see. Hold on. Let me get those. Oh, I did fuck those calculations up. It's 92, isn't it? Okay, my bad. Okay, at least I know you paying attention. Light Skywalker said -49 or 72.
What? Nigga, please. What? Nigga, please.
92. My bad. -49 or -92. Okay, you're right to give me.
What? Nigga, please.
Now you like, hold on. What kind of math is that? What kind of math is that? Oh man. I apologize. Dexter said these corporations are not doing that. Are not doing that. They hooked on paying slave wages. They want to keep all the profits. And you know what? Preach. Preach. That's the other reason. Preach. 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 That's facts, Dexter. You're right. I was just throwing it out there, pie in the sky. That's food. That's goofy shit. You know, like thinking America's going to vote for a black woman. Has nothing to do with her, but you really think you live in a place that's tolerant and understanding, huh?
Who raised you?
What? Nigga, please.
You black, you live in America, you in trouble. I can't get you in no trouble.
Sidney Jackson said, which food won the struggle food bracket? I can't remember. The winner of the struggle food, and remember, the worst, okay, this was the format, so people aren't confused. It's not about what you like, it's about what you hate. So when two items were up against each other, the winner was the one you hated the most. The one that you, between the two, the one that you would not eat. So it was the worst of the struggle foods. Not what you liked, the worst of. So that's what he's talking about. So the winner of the worst of the struggle foods, meaning the one struggle food that people did not want to eat the most, the winner was pickled pig feet. Pickled pig feet. And pickled pig feet went up against pickled pig egg for the championship. So it was pickled pig feet against pickled egg against pickled pig feet. So that was the finals. Pickled pig feet versus pickled egg. And pickled pig feet won. I can't remember by how many votes. Which one was worse? Yeah, and again, I didn't need any of that shit either, but that was bad. Sydney said, Ninja, the up north plug for the hot pork entrail byproducts. Yeah, that's me, sir. Sydney said, Ninja's the up north plug for the hot pork entrail byproducts. I am, sir. I'm that plug. But I'm also the plug for like crowded peas, snap peas, you know what I'm saying? Crowded peas and snaps, you know, shit like that. Tomatoes on occasion, Conecuh sausages. I'm the plug for that. What else do they struggle with getting? Perhaps some okra. Bologna. I traffic bologna because, believe it or not, they don't get the quality bologna either. So, I mean, yeah, I've trafficked that as well. So, yeah, all of those pig byproducts, they need it. They need it in their system. Also, some frozen vegetables from the meat market because they keep some snap peas and crowded peas, you know, black-eyed peas, all that shit. They keep all that shit in the freezer. Sluggo said, I haven't eaten bologna since during the summer in tobacco fields when I was a jit. Sluggo, I'm actually surprised to hear you saying that, considering some of the things you say you'll go back and mess with. But, sir, I'm so glad to hear you say that. I'm so glad to hear you say that, sir. That's what I'm talking about.
That boy is good.
But again, my child still loves bologna. I can't do it. I'm good. I'm good on all of that. I never liked most of it anyway. I never did chitlins. I don't want them. And again, we're not going to get into my diet because y'all think it's too funny. But yeah, I can't do it. Can't do it. Jungle Brother laughing at Light Skywalker. Doc Bell said, here's the receipt. Here's the receipt. Checkers are old crackers. ABM said, here the receipt. Checkers are old crackers or plantain-eating islanders. Here's the receipt. It might say crackers or old crackers or where'd it go? Or lost my spot. Oh, he took that shit off. Okay. That was probably a misword on there. He took that shit off. Sidney Johnson said pickled pig feet, some nasty looking enslaved food. Hey, look, in the jar, sir. In the jar. And they still sell those and people still eat them. I never understood it. But the motherfuckers go in there with them tongs and pull that wet ass damn pig foot out and put it in that wax text paper. I'm like, you really finna eat that? And they get some hot sauce and slather it, and now that smell is you're not getting in my car. When I'm a kid, I didn't have nothing to say about it. Yeah, but as a grown man, nope. Oh, here it is. ABM said, here's the receipt. Here's the receipt. It says checkers are old crackers or plantain-eating islanders. I think it might have been saying crackers are old crackers or plantain-eating islanders. Yeah, plantain-eating islanders. Yeah, unfortunately, in some cases, using the things fought for, and some, the ones that have that separation where they want to play both sides, yeah, you can eat a dick with that shit. I digress. Sluggo said, getting paid to watch you, shaking my damn head. ABM said the struggle food bracket was Southern foods served in towns with dirt roads and in one gas station. None of those foods. ABM said the struggle food bracket was Southern food served in towns with dirt roads and one gas station. None of those foods were in the North. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
That's a lie! That's a goddamn lie!
Now, I will say that some of that shit was Southern, but some of that bullshit migrated, sir. You just might have had. There's South's meat up there. It's just a shitty version of it. I think y'all call it head cheese or some bullshit, but y'all have it.
That's a lie! That's a goddamn lie!
Now, I will admit, it's not as common to find some of these things up north. But when I visited Columbus, Ohio, and was up there in the summertime, if I remember correctly, they had that bullshit in a jar up there as well. That bullshit in the jar was universal, sir. There were some things that are kind of regional, but that bullshit in the jar, now there are some areas that probably didn't have that, but that shit in the jar, that wasn't just a Southern thing. I remember seeing that BS when I was up there, going to some of those corner stores. Not all, but some. And when I go back and I look and I don't see them, I'll take it back. But I think I remember seeing that as a kid, sir. And as a grown man now. But back in the day, just thinking about it, and okay, I see what you're saying, but completely, let's give some of these items in some places might not exist. I'll give you that. Sidney Jackson said, Ninja has a giant, Ninja has a giant Coplar on the back of his work truck full of Southern food. Stand down, sir. Stand down.
That's a lie! That's a goddamn lie!
And this is what happens when you forget to use certain sound bites. Quick revisit. Anybody that didn't understand Mr. Rodney Hinton Jr., and once again, surrounding him with officers, did not flinch, didn't blink, and walking out was looking them dead in their motherfucking face.
Suppose he a dumb motherfucker.
Some people might question what he did, but understand.
Suppose he a dumb motherfucker.
Who else is going to hold his son down? Just a bunch of motherfuckers saying stupid shit like, all we got now is prayer. Nope, there are other things.
You suppose he a dumb motherfucker.
I digress. Completely forgot about that one. Pulled it up just for that damn opening. Didn't use it. That's a damn shame. Ninja has a giant cooler on the back of his truck full of Southern foods. That is not true. Now, I might have a giant cooler, especially when you know what? Actually, that's true. You know what? Okay, fuck. It is true. Okay. It's true. Yes, when I go up there, I have a giant cooler full of Southern foods. That's 100% fact. It is. It is. And I should have deciphered that a lot sooner. But yes, when I make that trip, sir, I have a huge cooler that I fill with ice, and I fill up with all of those orders and all of those items, from the Souths to the Connecas to the frozen bags of vegetables, and all of that is put inside a huge cooler. So you are correct. Yep, you're right. That's a fact, actually. I was about to lie and say that ain't true. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I do have a giant cooler full of food. Pounds of sauce. Pounds of Connecas. Oh, man, I digress. Sydney said, ABM folks up north was eating Alpo and cat food. And Sydney said, ABM folks up north was eating Alpo and cat food. At least the Southern food was almost good for human consumption.
Hey, slow down. Watch your speed.
Almost good for human consumption.
What? Nigga, please.
ABM trying to put all of those foods in the South as if, you know what I'm saying, they just didn't deliver past that point. All of those people that migrated from the South weren't about to go up there and not have their pickled pig feet and pickled eggs and all that other nasty shit, pig ears and shit. They were still going to manufacture and have that because they still desired that. So your statement right off the bat can't be true because they came from that area. Might it have been less available, not as apparent in multiple establishments? I'll give you that, but not up there. Strictly a Southern thing? I disagree, sir. I disagree.
What? Nigga, please.
ABM said, I never did chitlins, but I ate the hell out of some. I never did chitlins, but I ate the hell out of some Connecas, pork chops, and pepperoni pizza. Yeah, I used to destroy and crush all of those things. I don't miss pepperoni pizza because I had it a few times and I couldn't even finish it. So, no, that's why I was like, okay, I'm good and done with that. I don't miss that. I don't miss Connecas. Once I left them alone, I can't eat them anymore. I like when I tried to do a cheat way back, my stomach rejects it now. So I can't even eat those anymore. Pork chops, I told you what happened. That was what I tried to reward myself, you know, for leaving pork alone for just at a year, maybe just under a year. I tried to make some ranch pork chops as like a reward to myself. And after about half of the second pork chop, my stomach started down. My stomach was in that motherfucker. My stomach was in there like the club in the early 90s. My stomach was moving like the club in the early 90s. And that's when that's when we sweated our outfits out. That's when you sweat the shirt out. That's when you were dancing for real, for real. That's when Hammer had a lot of influence. There's a lot of dancing going on in those days. And my stomach was not a fan. So, yeah, I used to crush those things, sir. And I never thought. And once again, I got to remember to say this. ABM from the bottom of my heart.
Who raised you?
That's not what I meant to say. From the bottom of my heart, sir. For, let's see.
I no longer can enjoy ribs, Kaneka's, pork chops. I guess technically if I ate bacon, I probably wouldn't mind, but I'm not going to do it because it's like a gateway. It's like the gateway pork. But I no longer desire these things. Even one time bacon was being cooked in the air fryer and I found myself feeling nauseated. So fuck you very much, ABM.
Fuck you, and fuck you. Who's next?
Completely fucked up my palate. I just had to try that little challenge and shit. And it messed up everything. I did that one, and I did that little second challenge you had. What was that? I did that no pork and no fried food for just about a year, and that was hard, boy. Lost hella weight too, because you can't eat shit. You're either cooking all the time or you're very limited, because everybody just fries everything. Not eating like I didn't eat fries for damn near fucking year. When I look back on that, that was crazy. Me doing that shit? Motherfucker wanted to cry. You know what? That's a lie. No, I didn't. I didn't make fries, but I air fried the frozen fries out of the store. I was air frying those. I was about to say that don't sound right. No way I did that. But I did. I air fried my fries. So that's how I got around. That's how I got around that. So technically I was still eating fries. But anyway, I digress. But after doing that, man, that shit completely messed up it messed up everything. And that second crazy thing, what was that thing you did? Was it a week? Was it a week or was it 2 weeks? Or was it 10 days? It was 10 days. 10 days basically starving yourself. I forget what it was. It was 10 days with no, was it like no carbs? And it was all, I remember what it was. You did the extreme thing. You did like nothing but, you did the cleanse. You did like all vegetables or some shit. Yours was like all vegetables, no coffee and all that crazy shit. I didn't do that. I did the same thing, but I gave myself the liberty of seafood. And I still drank my coffee. You know, I ain't doing that shit. So, and I still drank my alcohol too. So I didn't do that. I think ABM left the alcohol and all that shit alone. I did not. So I still drank coffee. I still drank alcohol. And I still ate seafood. But I did that shit for like 10 days. No carbs and all of that. And that shit even changed the way I ate. Just doing that for those 10 days, that changed some things. But yeah, even though that was only, I can't remember. I think it was 10 days. It seemed like it was so much longer. I think it was 10 days, but that shit wasn't cute either. 10 days, nothing but seafood, no carbs. Like it was no carbs. Wasn't it no carbs? Were we doing rice and stuff, or was it no carbs? Let me try to remember. I think it was no carbs too. I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, no carbs. I think no carbs too. Yeah, that was a little rough. That 10 days, damn near. No, it wasn't worse than a year. But that year, that messed up pork forever. Thanks a lot, sir. That year messed up pork forever. Thanks a lot. You ruined pizza and you ruined breakfast. Okay, I won't say that. You've changed pizza and breakfast. They're no longer the same. Very, very snobbish with my damn pizza choices now. Sluggo said chicken feet used to be the big thing in the country, and surprisingly, they love said chicken feet in the Caribbean countries. Yeah, the chicken feet thing is wild. And again, this is making do with what you had is where it originated, but I have no desire to consume it. ABM said, Ninja, you are struggling. No, that is not what it said. You fixed it, ABM. He said, Ninja, you are struggling, and I'm not struggling. That's not true. Actually, what happened is you typed it wrong, and I was struggling to CSI your chat. I'll give you that. I didn't do a good job of CSI in your chat. So it's not true that I was struggling. I wasn't struggling to read. I was struggling to CSI your mistype or your typo rather. So I'll accept that. Now where are we at? Ninja, you are struggling. It says, here's the receipt. Checkers are the old crackers or plantain eating islanders. Oh, here's the receipt. Checkers are old crackers or plantain-eating islanders. Okay, I got you, sir. I got you. And I should have been able to CSI receipt. I should have been able to CSI that. Sluggo said, who's eating cow foot? I've never eaten that ish or chicken feet. He said, who's eating a cow foot? Well, not a cow foot, but pig feet. But what, did somebody in the chat say something about a cow's foot? Or did I slip up and say cow's foot? No, not a cow foot. But pig foot in a jar, but I don't know. Let me see. ABM said they might have had that in Ohio, but those up north don't consider Ohio part of the North.
Hey, slow down. Watch your speed.
Disrespectful motherfucker. That's not true, sir. ABM said that ain't true. ABM said that might have been in Ohio, but those up north don't consider Ohio part of the North. It's just Ohio. Not true, sir. Not true.
Who raised you?
Not true. And disrespectful.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
Sidney Jackson said, I'm not eating the feet of anything unless it was grinded up in a sausage that I don't know about. Sidney said, I'm not eating the feet of anything unless it was grinded up in a sausage that I didn't know about. That is fucking crazy. That is. You know what? You're being honest. You're being honest.
You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
Sluggo laughing that I said it's true. Yeah, it is. That big ass cooler full of Southern food. That is exactly what when he said it, I was about to say, my natural reaction was to say no and start hitting all the sound bites. And I said, wait a minute, that's 100% true. I got this big ass cooler that's to my left. There's a big ass cooler to my left. I pull that motherfucker out and pack up all the damn belongings. And it's heavy than a motherfucker. I mean, I can lift it, but yeah, if somebody was to reach for it and they're not prepared, you might have a back issue. You may have a back issue. Sidney said, I'm not eating the feet of anything unless it was grounded up in a sausage that I didn't know about. Not good. Not good.
Woo! Jesus.
Sick! Help! Sick! Help!
ABM said, Sid Jack, Ninja's work truck has a few trimmers, hedge clippers, gas can, mulch, and a giant cooler with homemade Gatorade and great value bottle.
Fuck you! Fuck you! And fuck you! Who's next?
There's some truth to some of those things at some time. Now, at some time, has all of those things been on the truck? Yes. Have I had all of those things on the truck at one point? Sure. Do they happen in concert 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? No. No. And again, the great value. The great value. You make it sound so fucked up. Oh God. Okay, look, it's either that or the big ass pack out of Sam's. And what is it, Sam's Choice? Unless I get some spring water, and it's hard to find that sometime. But at any rate, sir, yes, that's what I make Gatorade in. Motherfucker. I can't buy Gatorade anymore. I'm used to making it to the strength that I'm used to making it. I can't settle for factory strength Gatorade. What am I going to do with factory strength Gatorade? I can't do anything with that. Whoa, that was way. That pour was a bit extreme. That's okay. Where was I at? Not funny, ABM. Homemade Gatorade in great value bottles. Why you got to specify great value? That makes it sound so bad. Why you got to specify great value? Oh, man. Yeah, dude, I'm not purchasing. I make my own Gatorade, dude. Okay, ABM said, Ninja, did you like pork steaks back when you ate pork? Sir?
You're right. It's fact. You're right. It's fact.
If you take a pork steak and grill it properly, that was some good eating. I mean, thinking about it now doesn't necessarily make me feel the way it used to, but yeah, there was a time a properly grilled pork steak, oh, you working with something. And there's some other people that did things with them, but for me, a pork steak, that was for the grill. Now, back in the day, Mom would bake pork steaks, and either, put them in some type of either cream or mushroom, possibly barbecue sauce, whatever. But she used to bake a lot of things when they were getting away from fried food, and try not to just do fried food all the time. So she would bake some things, and pork steak was one of the things she would bake, season them up real good. Hit them up with some kind of sauce. Usually have onions and peppers on them. I disregard those and pull them to the side. But yes, sir, I did eat pork steaks when I ate pork. But they were really good off of the grill and back in the 80s when my mom put them in the oven. But outside of her putting them in the oven, off the grill. Yes, sir. Cough button, even though I don't have a cough button right now. Ooh, I can give you this, though.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Once again, one of the reasons we have the annual show on religion, because to quote the great Raider Kev, if not for his faith,
I would have bodies upon bodies upon bodies under me. I would have bodies upon bodies upon bodies under me.
You don't want to destroy somebody's faith and or belief. As I've said every week when we're reading these cows and hearing about these situations and the complete and total disregard and lack of empathy and psychopathy around the treatment, murder, and harassment of Black people. And the only time there's outrage is when we speak up about it and or there's any level of accountability. And once again, a person that feels threatened when they're held accountable or feeling threatened or feeling attacked and lashing out when you're held accountable for your actions are one of the attributes of a psychopath. And the only cure for psychopathy is isolation or death.
Say, go away, boy, you bother me.
I would have bodies upon bodies upon bodies under me.
I digress. But again, I really do, just for anybody on the side, that might not be familiar, and for the ones that are, even though the great Jungle Brother, and as Sidney Jackson said, now keep in mind, Sidney, he's been MIA for he's been MIA for 8 shows on religion. He was there for 1, and I think he only showed up for 1, maybe a glimpse of 2, but I think he only showed up for 1. I'll play you a classic clip from that, and it was it wasn't funny to him, but it was one of the funniest things that ever happened on the train. And when I tell you that was a sincere laugh, I just didn't see that coming, and I had real tears. Like I was crying. I was done. As the great Bike Master Flex said, I'm done. It was so I know he attended at least one because we have a classic moment from when he attended. Several. I'll play it for you one day, sir. I'll play it for you. But yeah, I did pork steak, sir. ABM says, Sid Jack, the grinded up feet still have the same health benefits as eating the feet whole. Boy, you stupid.
You're right. It's fact. You're right. It's fact.
Sidney said, fries are my kryptonite. I can pass on most foods, but I struggle with sweet potatoes. Man, I do not. I've never been a fan of sweet potatoes, but fries yeah, fries are my kryptonite too. I'm better. Like this past weekend, you know, again, I don't do it anymore, so I can point out when I do. 2 days in a row. Another side note in a minute. I had fries. One was a Sunday when I went out with TSA. I'm not gonna get the boil because I do boils at home. So the boils that they do in these little places that generally you know, owned by, you know, I can't say specifically, but it's usually Asian ownership and, you know, some Hispanic brothers in the kitchen. And, you know, and they do, you know, a somewhat decent version of it, you know, but, you know, the fried shrimp they got are kind of big. It's one of the best things they got on the menu. Their gumbo, I make homemade gumbo. Their gumbo is going to be garbage to me. And it got pork in it, so I don't want that. And their boils, you know, regular size shrimp or whatever, but I don't want their boils because they're not going to do them right. And I'm so used to doing them at the house that any boil that I get, I'm going to be like, you know, so, yeah. I mean, but they're good. Those places are good for what they're good for. But the point being is I had fries that day. And the previous day I went to a comedy show and ate some, well, at the comedy show, we got like a thing of fries just to eat those, you know, got a few drinks. And afterwards went to one of the very few places that stays open like 1 a.m, but they actually got pretty good food. Drake's. You know, Drake's I think is like a national chain, or at least in the South. So Drake's, y'all know that, you know, that place. But they got the sriracha wings, they got a decent cod. Quesadillas not bad. Sliders, depending on, you know, who you are, not bad. So they got, you know, food. But at any rate, I ate some fries. So 2 days in a row I ate fries. I can't remember the last time I done that shit. So I'm trying to punish myself now, so I can't have them for a while. But so now I got to punish myself with eating light. Hence me having, and again, the food rant thing is kind of a show thing, so bear with us. But I did rice noodles. I got a couple of admissions to make, but I did rice noodles today, and I threw in some one whole pepper, but it was half a yellow pepper and half a red pepper. Threw in one zucchini and threw in some broccoli florets because I really wanted to eat, you know, some rice noodles with mainly a lot of vegetables, and I put in some shrimp. You know, that's a light meal. So I'll eat that. You know, now I'll get something else light. I'll get a vegetable plate or some shit and make up for all that terrible eating and shit. But it wasn't too bad. But boy, I was enjoying them fries. I was crushing them. That's why I can't do that. You know, 2 days in a row I had fries. Now it wasn't overly gluttonous. It wasn't bad. I didn't go to Five Guys and get that ginormous fry, or I didn't cut up, you know, 5 potatoes and go to town or no shit like that. But it was enjoyable. It was enjoyable. When you leave, and actually when you leave them alone and then finally get some, they're great because you don't eat them all the time. So at any rate, but yeah. Oh shit. Wait a minute. Okay, sorry, work thing. They should have told me that. Okay. This is interesting. Okay, we'll work around that. Don't have their number. Okay, we'll deal with that later. Sorry. A little labor issue, so let's leave that alone. Okay, where are we at? I don't know how this food thing started. Fries are my kryptonite. Yeah. The fried thing. Love my fries, man, but I did that. But again, that's the other thing about cooking. Yeah, I make my own gumbo now, especially I learned how to make my own roux. Shit, please. And the other thing, when you make those things, just like the egg rolls, if you ever make your own egg rolls or spring rolls, you'll realize that those motherfuckers are so damn cheap. Oh, they cheap. They cheap as hell. I digress. Back to the chat. Oh, this is what he did. ABM said, 10-day smoothie cleanse. Raw peanuts or veggies as snacks plus 3 smoothies per day. Okay, yeah, ABM did some extreme shit. I remember that. Not only was he only doing vegetables, he was doing raw vegetables. So let me be clear. I didn't do anything like ABM did. Not only was he doing vegetables, he was doing raw-ass vegetables. No alcohol, no coffee. And he did 3 smoothies a day along with this. And what do you mention as well? Peanuts. That's right, because I was doing that because I do that anyway. And I will, you know, I'll give myself this too. I'm not completely off of them, but I don't really do chips a lot. Now, when I get them, I crush them. Like if I get some Cool Ranch Doritos, I don't do them. I'll eat the whole damn bag. So a big ass bag. So I have to pace myself. But what I do is I always get mixed nuts. I get deluxe mixed nuts, no salt. And I've always liked those anyway, so I eat those all the time. And they cost about the same as about 3 or 4 big ass bags of those chips too. But I'll eat those as opposed to eating chips, and I can tell the difference. But but when I want to cheat, I usually get those tequila lime, not tequila lime, but what is it, like lime? It's some chili lime sun chips. Those motherfuckers are fire. Hey, look, you know what something that's fucked up? On the north side of town that I'm on now, don't you know Walmart don't sell the chili lime sun chips? I'm so fucking mad. I gotta like make a trip to get them. They don't sell them over here. At any rate, I digress. Let me get back. But that 10-day smoothie cleanse that you did was crazy. That's too much. What I did vegetables, but I cooked my vegetables. So I didn't eat raw vegetables. He was doing the most. I did just vegetables. I didn't do any carbs, but I cooked my vegetables. And I added seafood. So I did mixed nuts, I added seafood, and I cooked my vegetables. Plus, I kept drinking my coffee and sipping my liquor. So, but yeah, that's extreme. Sluggo said, and soup. You ain't shit. You ain't shit. Sluggo, you don't gotta do this. You don't gotta do this, Sluggo. You don't gotta do this, man. Completely unnecessary, sir. Completely unnecessary. This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Thank y'all for coming aboard, man. Hey, listen, man, let me remind y'all, if I haven't said it in a while, I really appreciate y'all. I really appreciate y'all. I appreciate the therapy. I truly do. I truly do. Sir, I found that to be disrespectful. And unnecessary, sir. I expect more from you. Sluggo said, and still I smoke my weed too. And I still indulge in my white women too. That is not. Hey, man, you gotta stop.
Oh, you're on something, all right. Must be some powerful shit, too.
The devil is not welcome here.
Not true, sir. Listen, man, you gotta stop, sir. What if somebody's listening that isn't that's not used to the show and they take you seriously? Somebody might take you seriously. Sluggo said, and I still smoke my weed too. And I still indulge in my white women too. Who raised you? Hey, listen, sir, none of this is true.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
Disrespectful.
Hey, who raised you?
I still smoke my weed too, and I still indulge in my white women
Hey,
too.
who raised you?
Not true, sir. Not true. What if somebody that's not used to the show comes in and hear you say that? I still indulge in my weed.
Hey. Smoke weed every day.
You got issues, sir. Sydney said, ABM, which is why I don't eat sausage anymore. I had some really good plant-based or turkey sausage. Again, really good being the prefix to plant-based or turkey sausage is interesting. Sir, what I did, and again, I can stand on, and I said before when I used to, hear y'all talk about plant-based and, the turkey mixes, I used to say then, great English, I was saying then that if I go that route, I'm just going to leave it alone. But what I'm not going to do is break up with a chick and then go look for one that looks just like her and has the same personalities, just slightly different. That's what I wasn't going to do. The hell is that? The ghetto bird? Are they chasing somebody? What the helicopter sounded like it was flying low. Something else I'm not used to seeing. Wait a minute, I see a lie in here. ABM said, I didn't fix it, you non-reading ninja. You did fix it, sir. You did not have receipt. Receipt was not what you had on the other one. JBJ saying, get him, Maurice. Get him, Maurice.
You've been had. You've been took. You've been hoodwinked.
ABM said, Ninja, I saw an avocado toast with poached egg recipe you might like. Avocado toast with poached egg.
Who told you that?
That I might like?
Who told you that?
What the hell did you just say?
Who told you that?
What the hell did you just say?
I'm good on avocados. I'm trying to think, is there, the only thing avocado I use is avocado oil. And I just had to go buy some more the other day. I was running out. But I use avocado oil when making vegetables, sometimes salmon, but if I don't use butter, but making vegetables sometimes with salmon, I use avocado oil, but that's the only avocado-based product I'll deal with. I'm good on avocados, and I'm a vegetable person, but not those. Not those. Not those. JBJ said, are you covering... Boy, you a damn fool. JBJ said, are you covering this lopsided affair? You hypocrite motherfucker. Go to hell. But their voice going out. You hypocrite motherfucker. Go to hell. You must be talking about a round ball contest. I'm not even watching said round ball contest, sir. I'm not even watching it. Quick pause. My apologies. No, sir, I can't say I'm covering this lopsided affair. Not watching it at all, actually. Not watching it at all. ABM said, fact, Sid Jack, sausage has some of everything in it. Should be called mystery meat. Okay, look, I'm not going to say that you're lying. I'm not even going to say that you're lying. I'm not going to say you're lying. But I will say when I was eating them, you couldn't tell me anything about Conecuh sausages. You couldn't tell me anything. Now, when I left them alone and then tried to go back to it, it did not have the same effect. As a matter of fact, it was somewhat of a negative effect, but, it's all good. I will say some are probably more pure than others if we're talking about the quality of sausage. And if you're going to eat sausage, I still say go get some Conecuhs. There have been people, some of these up north cats have tried them and they've hollered at me and given their testimonies. And, it's just real. Shit's real. ABM says, wait a minute, let me go back. Yeah, ABM says Sluggo was disturbed when he saw the Great Value bottles. He wasn't disturbed, sir, but he was definitely, looking like, what is this exactly? But, I make my own Gatorade, dude. So I take the water bottles, put the powder in, shake them up. I got Gatorade. I'm used to making them to my strength. I can't, it would be like drinking tap water if I try to go back to factory level Gatorade. I can no longer do factory level Gatorade, sir. I can't do it. Can't do it. JBJ, are you covering this lopsided affair?
You hypocrite motherfuckers! Go to hell! You hypocrite motherfuckers! Go to hell!
You're funny, sir.
You hypocrite motherfuckers! Go to hell!
And I know it's time for me to cover it, but as I said before, when I actually start watching where I can speak about it from my perspective as opposed to secondhand knowledge, even though said secondhand knowledge came from somebody that I respect and I would use as a reference point if I needed the information, even though I'm getting the information from that type of source, when I don't watch it myself, I can't have conviction. If I can't have conviction, it doesn't come off well on the radio. That's why I try not to speak about things that I'm not, engaged in. So if I'm not engaged in that, I'm not going to talk about it because
you can hear it on the radio. You can hear it. When you're speaking about something you're not knowledgeable about, you can hear it in the person's voice, their hesitation, the stuttering, the going through the phone or through the computer, trying to look up shit. You know, it doesn't come off well. It doesn't come off well. So when I actually view Said Round Ball, sir, I'll give you a more detailed and even any attempt at coverage. You know, just like college, when I actually watched, I had an opinion. When I was watching during the tournament and during March Madness and all of that, I had an opinion. So when I watch, sir, I will have an opinion. And at that point, I will share my opinion. JBJ said, who makes their own Gatorade?
I hate niggas, bro.
Me. It's not like I have a chemistry set and I'm creating the fucking powder, but I buy Gatorade powder. You know who else makes it? The football team that all of you motherfuckers used to play for. They didn't buy Gatorade. Well, okay, maybe if you were at the Bel Air, the Midwest, like ABM, maybe they did give y'all real bottles of Gatorade. But most of us got Gatorade in coolers in the powdered form, and they buy the big packs. And if you had a coach that actually knew how to make it, there was always some extra in there because, you know, that really gave you a boost. Because, you know, if you make it regulation and along with the ice, it wouldn't be strong enough. It wouldn't be strong enough. And towards the end, you know, funds were getting a little thin for the extracurriculars. And, you know, nowadays, you got to buy everything because they're taking away funding for sports and the arts. Two things that I think disproportionately benefit minorities to a degree. I know a lot of people that are really good in music and have done a lot. They make, even if it's just side bread, some people make a living off of it. Kevin Wooten is a J.O. Johnson High alumnus. Check out his Wikipedia. Check out what he's done in the industry. You know, there have been a lot of cats that they came from there that are doing things with that skill they acquired. Even if they just side hustle their ability to play an instrument, that's another revenue stream, doing something you love to do. And I know quite a few people that have done that. You know, just in my school, and it wasn't even a school of the arts like they have in these northern cities that ABM speaks about so much. So that's really fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Cutting funding to those things, but you know, I digress. Point being that you know, when you play ball, that's how they made Gatorade. That's how I make mine. The strength at which they make store-bought Gatorade, it's insufficient, sir. So I make my own Gatorade.
Niggas, bro. I hate niggas, bro.
Jungle Brother said that Sidney Jackson shaking my damn head. Who raised you? That might be Jungle's favorite. But, sir, I believe at multiple times during this broadcast, it's safe to say that all of you have issues. Matter of fact, I'd bet money on it. And then again, that's probably why we get along.
Hey, who raised you? Hey, who raised you?
Sydney, I saw that, but I didn't know you wanted me to read it like that. Sydney Johnson said, Ninja, not sweet potato, quote, sweet lady potato, the spud goddess. Boy, you are sick. Now, I don't know if that's a specific kind or that's just like what you like to call sweet potatoes because you like them that much. Now, if it's just really about sweet potatoes, sir, you shouldn't even beat yourself up over that because that's the healthier form of the potato. Personally, I don't want anything to do with a sweet potato. I mean, baked potato, mashed potato. You can do hash browns. I got the food processor where I gotta take real potatoes and cut them up in cubes, make some breakfast potatoes in the morning. Oh my God. Make some breakfast potatoes with avocado oil. How about that shit? Well, if I would have told my 20-something-year-old self this shit, he would have said, man, if you don't get your bougie ass the fuck away from me. But making some breakfast hash browns, you know, the food processor, cutting them up in, you know, the nice cube shape where it's just big enough to crisp up, but you still get the potato out of it. Use a little avocado oil for that. Those are good breakfast potatoes, sir. Sweet potatoes, not my get down. ABM said, Ninja, be careful eating too many roaches of the sea. I like shrimp, man. I like shrimp. And on a lot of days when I'm trying to eat light, I'll just break out a bag of shrimp. I'll break out some shrimp, hit them with some seasoning, and I'll sear them up in this. I got this, this skillet, little copper skillet or whatever. It's pretty wide. It's what I make it's what I want to make, like when I make these rice noodles and dirty rice and stuff like that. It's a nice size pan I can make it in. I get that and I season them up, let the pan get good and hot, throw them in there. You whip them shrimp around for a minute. And these are the, the undone shrimp with the, I don't like cooked shrimp. They don't taste right. So I get the ones, that still got the shell on them and everything, the ones you peel. That's the best shrimp, to cook up. So I rarely fry them. You know what I'm saying? I've really gotten over that. I'm always, with seafood, I'm always, searing it or whatever. I rarely fry, that's why when I do get that, it's really good. But at any rate, I'll get a bag of shrimp in a minute, man, and just sear that. And I'll just eat that. Maybe a bag of shrimp, maybe some fruit. If I want to have a light night, if I've been doing too much, that's how I, kind of chill out for a minute. I'll eat some fruit. Maybe I'll make a salad, or maybe I have a vegetable. Most of the time, if I got this, I'll just do that. Eat some fruit with it, and that'll be that. Just how, just to kind of compensate for doing too much. But I know those days of, what's funny too, something else is messed up, and it probably happened with that 10-day cleanse shit. I can't really do heavy food back to back anymore. Like if I get a roast or something, I don't even want it like the next day. And for me, that's, that wasn't my norm. So once again, ABM, I don't know. That's probably a good thing, but for some reason, I want to cuss you out.
Motherfuckers is selfish as fuck.
Like, it's a good thing, but I want to be negative towards you about it. Something about that just doesn't sit well with me. Anyway, again, I digress. So I'm going to say, go ahead and call the client, Nick, so we can hear your white voice. Sir, that particular client is a ninja, and regardless of my client, I don't turn on my quote-unquote white voice because I can articulate myself in any tone, so I don't take away my okay, I won't give you that joke, but that was really funny, but I won't go to that show reference. But I don't turn down what some would refer to as a distinguished African-American tone for something more palatable. I don't get on the phone and say, hi, how's it going? Yes, I was just wondering when you wanted me to come by and take care of your property. I was thinking about a couple of things we could do along the bed line and some plants we could implement, maybe demoing the backyard. I can really make the place look good, and we can do it for a reasonable fee. How would that be? Next Monday, you want to talk about it when I come and get the yard? That'd be great. See you then. I don't do that, sir. I don't do that. I can articulate myself in this tone, and they can tolerate it. But, I get it in the name of comedy. In the name of comedy.
Who raised you?
What? Nigga, please.
I feel disrespected.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
Sydney, don't laugh at Sluggo. JBJ said, Maurice on that raw veggie diet. Hey, sir, it's that's some different shit. And again, when everything's not in place, we use replacements, and we will work on it.
Nigga, your God is ridiculous.
That has nothing to do with what I'm supposed to be playing, but Maurice on that raw veggie diet.
Nigga, your God is ridiculous.
Hell no.
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
Hell no.
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
ABM said chili lime sun chips. That is the official chip of the line. No, the fuck it's not. Man, you motherfucker. No, it's not, sir. No, it's not. And listen, man, you can, sir.
Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell.
Hey, I'll stand by that. I'll stand on the hill for those. Those are always, dude, chili lime sun chips, fire, sir. They are great. Great. Hands down, if I want to have a little cheat with some chips, I'll get those. If not, Cool Ranch Doritos are always a do. Always a do. I'll still do regular Doritos, but it's like It's almost like the cheese ones have gotten a little bit. It's like it's a little bit too much. I'll still do it. Don't get me wrong, but I definitely prefer Cool Ranch. And they have like it's not chili lime, but they have like a sweet spicy chili like Dorito. I'll do those as well. Those are the only ones they have on this side of town. But those like spicy, those chili lime sun chips I'm talking about, it's something like that, but it's like a chili lime flavor. Fire, sir. Easily the best sun chips. It's not even close. Yo, I should have taken a picture of it. They had the most ghetto ass sun chips flavors. I don't know what else to call it, but I can't remember. I'm gonna take a picture next time I'm in there. Okay, the Hispanic population has increased so much. They had some sun chips that were like, it was some weird like black bean and something sun chips. It was a real weird and very Mexican like geared flavor. And they had another one where I was like, that is a weird ass. For them to have those 2 or 3 obscure ass sun chips and not have my chili lime, I was quite perturbed. I was disturbed. I was vexed.
Hell no!
I issued a complaint to the management. Very upsetting. Very upsetting. ABM chili lime sun chips with multiple question marks. That is the official chip of white people. Nothing about that is true. Nothing about that is true. Light Skywalker, Sarge from A Soldier Story, Danny Glover's father on A Color Purple. Why don't you tell that thing to go in there and make me something to drink?
You've been had. You've been took. You've been hoodwinked. Bamboozled. Led astray. Run amok.
ABM says Sluggo Nick smokes and coughs and then says it's his allergies. I'm not even chiefing, man. And it is my allergies that act up like this. It's not that. It's my allergies that gives me problems every now and again. Motherfucker. And says it's his allergies. It is my allergies, man. It is my allergies.
Hey, who raised you?
Motherfucker got jokes. Dexter says it's hard to find good barbecue chips. I can't stand those Lay's. Go back to the original barbecue chips from the 80s. You know what? I'll agree because, of course, then I was heavy on chips. And yes, I'm bomb dropping a comment about potato chips. I sure am. I sure am. I backed off because I still love them, but I don't respect them. Now, I will say I really don't want traditional chips. I find them to be too greasy. I prefer chips that are normally baked. Sun chips are probably my favorite. Probably right behind Sun chips, Doritos. If I want to step off the reservation, if I want to step off the reservation, maybe I'll get some kettle chips, like the barbecue kettle chips, that if you're not careful, they might crack your tooth. And honorable mention to organic Tostitos blue corn to tortilla chips. Those motherfuckers are fire. I don't think they have any salt on them, but those blue corn tortilla chips, if anybody still does taco salad and you use whatever chips you want to use, try doing taco. This is my go-to now, and I just discovered this. I not discovered, but I just used them. But blue corn tortilla chips, them organic, especially blue corn tortilla chips, with use that for your taco salad. Shit. See if you go back after that. Try those organic blue tortilla chips, man. Those are fire. Honorable mention to those organic blue tortilla chips. Every now and again, I'll get those and just snack on those, but they don't got anything on them, but they're good. And yes, there is blue corn. They're natural. There's not dye and shit like that. But Dexter, if I do barbecue chips, I don't do those nowadays. For me, it's pretty much Sun Chips or Doritos. But if I get something different, generally it's gonna be generally it would be some. I might go barbecue kettle chips. Trying to think, is there another regular chip I'll do? Because like regular cheese chips seem like Outside of Doritos, I can't really do those. I'm not really, huge on those. And of course, honorable mention to those rice snacks I have found that were kind of like chips. Almost in the realm. I like the way I eat them rice noodles. Good Thins, I think they were called. Those the garden veggie Good Thins, those motherfuckers are fire. They also have like a 4 cheese, but at any rate, I'm snack ranting and shit, but pretty much Sun Chips and Doritos, but honorable mention the kettle chips, the barbecue, and those blue corn tortilla chips. Those are fire. Try those out, man, with your taco salad next time. Trust me on that. ABM said the receipt is in the text thread. Maybe you need more eye drops, Nick, or stop using the generic brand. That is funny. Whatever, sir. I looked at that, sir. You had a typo. ABM said pure sausage. There is no such thing unless you. ABM said pure sausage with multiple question marks. There is no such thing unless you are saying it so pure it will destroy your cardiovascular system. ABM said pure sausage question mark. There is no such thing unless you're saying that it is so pure it will destroy your cardiovascular system. You're funny, sir. You're funny. I get what you're saying, sir. Hey, listen. You know what? I'll give you that. There's no such thing as pure sausage. You know what else there's no such thing as? Plant-based sausage. It's a plant-based product that is made to look like your ex-girlfriend called sausage, who you say you hate, but you keep trying to find a reasonable facsimile of her. You know, when I left sausage alone, I said, fuck that bitch. I think I'm stronger than y'all, ABM. I don't look for reasonable facsimiles of things I used to eat. I just find other things like vegetables. I just do other things, sir. I did exactly what I said I was going to do. I said, if I do this, I'm not doing substitutes. I'm just not going to eat it anymore. And, it doesn't hurt that I don't like turkey. I love turkey. I love turkey by itself. But turkey products, I haven't had one that I like. Every time I've had it, my palate has been like, nigga, why? Just eat an apple, bro. Get some fruit. Look, I'd much rather, I can eat, those rice noodles with some vegetables and nothing in it, and I'd be happy. I'll do that all day long instead of a quote-unquote plant-based sausage, plant-based hamburger, plant-based whatever the hell it's supposed to be when it's just a combination of tulips, dandelions, chrysanthemums, begonias, mix in a few tulips. No, I already said tulips. Mix in some roses, maybe a few dandelions, and just sprinkle in a couple of damn sprinkle in some Purple Heart secretions or some shit, and then throw in, I don't know, something that's not, that makes it still vegan, and throw something sticky in it to make the shit stick together, and then put something on it to make it look like this thing you don't want to eat no more, but you miss it so much. You want to eat something that looks like it, but it's not it, and it has a lot of damn filler and salt in it because that's the only way they can make it taste decent. You're better off just cheating with the damn sausage. I digress. I'm sorry. I don't understand substitutes, man. I really don't. I'll just let the shit go rather than eat a substitute. I don't get it. I don't get it. I really don't. But do you think? Sluggo said, ABM correct. I was looking for the Gatorade that regular folks drink, not the bootleg variety. Hey, look, Sluggo, hey, listen, when I had this Sluggo that Gatorade, you should have seen that pause in that nigga. He was looking at that shit. And look, when I went to grab another, he was probably looking at ABM like, what the fuck is that? Hey, sir, trust me. Trust me. It's better than the Gatorade you get in the store. Oh, man. It's better than the Gatorade you get in the store. ABM said, Ninja, you didn't have Gatorade in high school. Y'all drank Kool-Aid. Not true, sir. Not true. Not true. As a matter of fact, the first time, it was, Pop just told us to drink water. And we always had our own ice water when we went to the gym. He always back then we had our own ice water. Whether we put it in a old apple juice, jar or whatever we was using, whatever glass jar we had left over that we froze the water in, or whether it be an old juice jug, an old milk jug, whatever we used to put water in, old water jug, which we didn't have water jugs back then. That's a lie. So an old jug or whatever we put the water in, we freeze it and take it to the gym. So we always had water. While everybody be at that long line at the damn water fountain, we'll go in there and get that ice water out of our bags and shit. So I was just used to that. But the first time I had Gatorade was Highlands Elementary track meet. Made the track team my 5th grade year. Made the track team. And Coach Edelman, never forget, white dude, short white dude. Looking back on it, he was short as hell. Cool white dude. He played like black music, had the records and stuff back there. And on Friday, he let us break dance. So he played music and we get to dance and shit on Friday. But damn, he had a motorcycle, one of them cool PE teachers. But when we did the track meet, he made Gatorade and he made it strong. And that's the first time I ever had Gatorade. I'll never forget that shit. Cause it's hot and you're tired, and I had that Gatorade for the first time. When that refreshing ass drink hit my body, man, I was hooked. I've been a junkie ever since. So yeah, 5th grade, Coach Edelman. I've been addicted to Gatorade ever since. And this is the Underground Railroad Show, hosted by your boy, that ninja. Jungle Brother said, avocado oil, this ninja is cultured. You're funny, sir. Jungle saying avocado oil, probably with a question mark. This ninja is cultured. Well, sir, okay, I used olive oil already. I would use olive oil, but olive oil's good, but you have to be careful about how much of it you use, depending on what you're making. But if you overdo olive oil, it'll mess up the dish. You don't have that problem with avocado oil. You don't want to do too much, but it's not going to mess up the dish. It's not going to overwhelm the dish or give it a texture that, is going to affect how you feel about the dish. Avocado oil doesn't do that. Olive oil will if you don't pay attention to how much you use. ABM said, Ninja just said, ABM, I don't care about my health, and proceeded to tell us how he cooks his roaches. Hey. Ninja just said, ABM, I don't care about my health, and proceeded to tell us how he cooks his sea roaches. Hey, sir, these rice noodles I have with this plethora of vegetables and shrimp in it, I'm going to enjoy it, regardless of your comments, sir. Regardless of your comments. Jungle Brother says, so Diplomat, who turned you on to Trump? Man, y'all got to stop. Jungle Brother said, yo, Diplomat, who turned you on to truffle butter? Amy or Amber? Hey, man, don't laugh at this motherfucker, man. I don't know what truffle butter is, sir. I have no relationship with truffle butter. I have no past experience with truffle butter, but y'all are funny. Y'all are funny. Don't laugh at this ninja, man. Sluggo said, oh, Sluggo done found some. Sluggo said, cows constructed and sent, sir. All right, thank you, sir. We got the greatest from South Central. We have the greatest from South Central. What's going on, sir? Thank you for coming aboard, man. Hope you are enjoying the ride thus far. Oh, man, y'all are stupid, man. Everybody speaking. The greatest said, Doc Yaz, bucket hat to you, sir. ABM said, Carlton Tiller, quote, I love chili lime some chips. Carlton Tiller, quote, I love chili lime sun chips and iron board back white women. Again, none of this is true.
Who raised you?
This is not true, sir.
What the hell did you just say?
Who told you that?
What the hell did you just say?
Who told you that?
Disrespectful. Disrespectful. Those are good, sir. Those are good, man. You should try them. You should try them. You should try them, sir. ABM said, take a poll of who on the train eats chili lime sun chips or even sun chips. Hey, listen, man, if y'all don't eat sun chips, that's on y'all. That's a good product. I'm not supposed to like sun chips. Even plain ass regular sun chips are good. Who don't like sun chips? Jungle Brother said, your diplomat in the neighborhood you live in, do they keep the mayonnaise behind the register? Hey, sir, I'm back on the north side, as they call it. I'm back on the north side. And I'm not going to lie, even though I grew up on the north side, when I came back after about 20 years in the county, even though I was constantly on the north side and doing things on the north side, there are differences. There are differences, and they're very noticeable. They're very noticeable. But one of those differences is not mayonnaise being kept behind the register because they're afraid it's going to be stolen because it's at such a high demand. That does not happen in this neighborhood, sir. Take a poll on who eats chili lime sun chips or even sun chips. Okay, I'll do that. And listen, I don't eat chips all the time, but does anybody in here eat sun chips or partake in sun chips from time to time? Are sun chips your go-to? Or for that matter, does anybody in here despise sun chips and you agree with ABM that it is the official chips of white people? So let me know. And listen, that goes with the theme. For all of this, for all of the things that I say and the things that I believe and the convictions that I have and the standard I try to hold myself to and the example I try to set as far as like telling the truth and trying to do my best to quench misinformation, I do a lot of things that would be considered pelvic flinch-ish. I frequent Starbucks. I play golf. It's really just those two, and y'all are tickled by that. Some would say the avocado oil qualifies, but I'm just trying to be healthy, man. I'm getting old. But I mean, I drink Starbucks and play golf, so to hear me say that and to hear the things I talk about, there seems to be a contradiction. You want to say, hey, there's a contradiction. You want to say something, you feel like there's something there, but there's really not. There's really not. It's too many of us at Starbucks. Now, when I had to deal with all my Starbucks jokes, there were people that partook in Starbucks in the chat room that saw the onslaught of jokes that I dealt with that decided, you know what, I'm just not going to say anything. So I'm not the only participant. Tyrone goes there every now and again, and he has a specific order. My guest host next week, has a specific order that we talked about. Everybody, not everybody, but some people participate. I'm a Starbucks snob. I'm a junkie at this point. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Something did occur concerning Starbucks. It was a positive thing, but I'm not going to tell you motherfuckers because I know where you're going to go with it. So I'm debating on that one. I may tell some people individually, but to say it on air, it's just going to open up a plethora and a plethora of jokes that I'd rather not, give y'all privy to. Because I'm already dealing with all of these unfounded comments about my excursions with the other white meat. And these things are just not true. So if I actually give you any type of ammo, you're going to take that, amplify it, add on to it, and, essentially, put the colonizer technique on the story the way you make it sound like you wanted to sound. So, I'm just going to keep that to myself. But I digress. Sorry. I get that conflict. But amongst that conflict, I don't believe that sun chips qualify. Starbucks, I get that joke. Playing golf, both of these things are both activities that ninjas are doing free. I'm not the only ninja coming in Starbucks. So, it's not that, in golf, we're all over the golf course. So I get where you're coming from, but at the same time, not really. But, I'll let you have that joke. I'll let you have those jokes. They're reasonable. They're understandable. They're explainable. I can rationalize those jokes. But sun chips? I can't give you the Sun Chips, sir. I can't do it. I can't do it. Not Sun Chips. Dexter said, I tried those kettle chips. They were too hard for me. I get that. That's why I said, basically, if I decide to get some kettle chips, by the time I finish the bag or I get halfway through it, I'm always like, why did I buy these? But at the same time, I'm like, why did I buy them? But I'm still fucking them up. That's why I don't respect chips, because I'll fuck the whole bag up. That's why I can't buy them. If I buy those chili lime Sun Chips, I'm gonna probably eat those in the sitting, or I'm gonna eat about half the bag, put it away, and it's gonna be calling me like damn Pookie being like the Rock's calling Pookie on New Jack City. So it's I can't just eat chips because I'm gonna destroy chips, and they can be good for you because a small thing of deluxe mixed nuts costs about $10, maybe $11, but I can get a bag of chips for about $3, maybe $3 and some change. Somewhere in there, something's wrong. So I mean, I already know what it is health wise. So you know, I can tell when I eat the mixed nuts the difference between that. You don't necessarily feel. If you just do it every now and again, it's okay. But I've noticed if you eat chips too much, you'll actually feel bad. I remember one time eating some Doritos and I was just doing too much. I was eating some Cool Ranch and I just kept eating them motherfuckers. And afterwards, I was like, man, you can't do that shit, man. I don't even feel good. You're not even supposed to consume chips at that rate. You're not supposed to eat a whole big ass bag of Cool Ranch. That's not right. You're supposed to eat a handful and put that shit away. I don't respect chips, man. I can't. I don't respect them. I'll crush the whole damn bag. That's why I can't buy them. No respect. Jungle Buddy says, yo, Diplomat. No, I read that one. My bad. ABM said 54 3-point attempts is not basketball. It's analytics. Are you mean? Wait a minute. Who's playing right now and who shot 54 fucking 3-pointers? So between the two teams, they shot 54 threes? Yeah, that's it. That's an extreme. That's extreme. That was another call button without warning. Excuse me. That was another call button without warning, but I see some basketball comments are coming in. Sydney said, an ABM, that's lazy Euro ball. JBJ said, live by the 3, die by the 3. Hey,
You're
man,
a goddamn genius.
Sir?
That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
Sidney Jackson said, Brown is the only Celtic with the sense to drive. And notice what I'm doing here. I don't have any round ball talk for y'all because I haven't been watching it, but I'm not stopping round ball chat. So if y'all go round ball, I can comment on what y'all are saying. And I, you know me, I get, you can, it's just like, you know, football. If you want to pass to set up the run, I'm good with that. Sometimes I prefer it and I think it's necessary, but inside out is never going to get old in basketball. Nothing wrong with playing inside out. Nothing. And if that's not there, you can figure that out and you can run some different plays. But inside out has always worked. Even if you're only doing it to move people around to set up the play that you want to run. But again, when you're making them, it's really nice when you're making those 3-pointers. But man, when they're not falling and you can't go back and you can't revert back or fall back on fundamental basketball, it gets ugly. It gets ugly. Sidney Jackson saying Brown is the only Celtic with the sense to drive. ABM said, I'm a better coach than old Joe. No, I'm sorry. I said that wrong. I fucked that chat up. That was my fault, ABM. Now that messing up that chat was my fault. Man, this really jumped back. Here we go. Where are we at? Where is it at? Okay. He said, this must be a player. IME is a better coach than old Joe. Okay, these are basketball references that I'm not on because I haven't been watching, but okay.
JBJ said Missoula should have nipped this style of play a long time ago. Missoula should have nipped this style of play a long time ago, but he's enabled it. Nobody in the chat room agrees with this style of play. JBJ said they're still shooting threes like it's the regular season. That's a damn shame. And it is lazy basketball. And again, to a degree, I kind of blame the NBA. When damn near 7-foot European came over here and all he did was shoot threes and there was no criticism for his lack of inside game or his seemingly having a lack of desire to play under the goal, that just showed everybody else that was doing that isn't where it's at. Maybe if I step out here and start gunning threes, you'll love me and call me one of the greatest of all time as I play out of position shooting three-pointers. But at any rate, ABM said, you just replace sausage with injected chicken and call it breakfast or seared roaches. Your theory is I want to kill myself lesser. So I can't eat chicken either, ABM? I can't eat chicken either, sir? I can't eat chicken? And hold on, man. Listen, ABM, listen. If I got to feel bad about eating chicken and shrimp, I don't know what to do. Because we all know that they allow things in our food that shouldn't be in our food. We know that. You know, the rate of cancer that's here, if it continues and people really see it for what it is and you don't have an option of getting food that you feel is better for you, maybe people take the option of leaving this country. Maybe people look at that as, a little more viable or more of a viable or reasonable option that before they may have thought was, far-fetched. And now they're looking at it as maybe necessary. If you go somewhere else that doesn't allow these things and, illnesses you think you have go away, little ailments go away, little problems go away because, quite frankly, you're no longer being poisoned. Are you going to tell me you're going to come back? And if you do come back, are you going to eat the same? I doubt it. And if you try to change it up and you really don't have those options, which means they're really, really trying to kill a motherfucker, it's crazy that they allow toxins that other countries don't allow, and it's just cool because they have a legal and justified lobbying group, aka bribery group, that pays people to let them get bullshit through. For food, drug, the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, allows things that should not be allowed in the name of profit and possibly in the name of that slow IV drip in a slow IV drip form, killing Americans. So it's there's a lot to that. But yeah, you have to understand, sir, from where I was to where I am now, like, I understand that this is a true statement. Like, for instance, there's sugar in juice and you still have to be careful about that, juice and fruit. That's true, and I get it. But I'm not so obsessive that I'm going to beat myself up for drinking juice or eating fruit. And I don't eat sweets either, so if I want some juice, then I'm not worried about whatever sugar's in the damn juice, and I'm not worried about sugar and fruit. That's just too much. But again, I don't eat sweets like at all. So I think that's okay for me because those are my sweets. So I can probably get away with that because at least that's somewhat of a healthy sugar. There's nothing healthy about, the sugar and sweets. And I get, I get the thing. I get it. But, for me, it's not a protest. I just don't like sweets. So that, that helps me in that regard. But some of that shit is just too deep for me. I'm just like, I can't watch all of that. And that's what I feel like you're doing right now. Criticizing me for shrimp, man. Come on. What? That's one of my go-tos when I want to eat light. I got a bag of shrimp in there right now. No, I don't. I just made it so I can put it in that rice noodle dish. But I keep a bag of shrimp just in case. Just in case. Boy, you funny. This is so disrespectful. ABM, Nick, it's a crime to transport homemade Gatorade across state lines. Sluggo said, I generally don't mess with today's barbecue chips, but I must say Lay's has the sweet southern heat barbecue and honey barbecue that's pretty good. Sluggo, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Now, I'm trying to remember whose brand it is, but that the barbecue chips, I think they're called Sweet Southern Heat, the ones you're talking about, those are fire. I haven't had them in years, but you just reminded me that those, because I knew there was a chip I like, and it's those. Those are the only regular chips I'll probably fuck with. And again, dangerous. Because I'll fuck the bag up. And you're not supposed to eat a bag of chips in a sitting. But that Sweet Southern Heat you're referring to, I 100% co-sign those. Those are fire. Those are fire, sir. Those are good. To quote Shaka, fire. Those are fire. And by your boy that ninja, the way the names come up, I'm trying to make sure I'm not missing anybody. ABM says, Sluggo, I'm a chip snob. Jay's is the only brand I pay for. You say Jay's? I'll say this now. Nowadays, transportation and distribution is better. But back in the day, you couldn't really get Zippos and Andy Caps in the South. That was a northern thing. Zippos, Andy Caps. And unless that's a typo, if he's saying Jay's, so Jay's that sounds like something that's going to be above the Bible Belt. But chips are a regional thing, even though now they kind of spread it out. But chips at one point was a very regional thing. When I went to Ohio for the summer, there were Andy Cap chips, Andy Caps, hot fries, cheddar fries, bacon cheddar fries, all of those. Faygo drinks, the Faygo sodas. Back in the 80s, that was an up north thing. Those really weren't down here like that. The Zappo chips, you know what I'm saying, the Zappos and there are a few other brands. All of those chips were up north brands. Those weren't even available when I came back home. So chips are kind of regional. So I get that you might have something specific that you like. Sluggo just reminded me about the Sweet Southern Heat. Those are pretty good. Every now and again, even nowadays I don't eat chips enough to even try these anymore. But back in the day, I would do the chili cheese Fritos. Those chili cheese Fritos, those are pretty good. The seasoning is pretty strong. It's probably full of all kind of salt. But just on a quick little hit, those chili cheese Fritos are pretty good. Not good for you at all. Not good for you at all. But and I don't have a desire to eat those anymore. But those are good. Those are pretty good. Just on a random chip to eat. But yeah, I do remember that because those we're in Ohio, those Zippos or Zappos chips or whatever, that was different. You know, they tasted different and those weren't available down there. But we always got the Andy Caps from the bootlegger and those hot fries and whatnot. I don't know if it's because we just didn't have them, but those were used to love those. The greatest said pressure. The greatest said the mid-range games does not even exist. And that's my problem. What a mid-range jump shot never goes out of style. And for nobody to utilize, and for so few people to utilize that, it's very disheartening and disappointing. JBJ said, quote, he made my Gatorade strong, and I was hooked ever since. Hey, man. Hey, listen, JBJ. I don't understand how is that soundbite relevant for what I just said? I don't he made my Gatorade strong and I was hooked ever since.
And he's gay. And he is gay. And he's gay. And he is gay.
ABM said that 57 three-point attempts is crazy. The greatest said, Doc Yaz, that's Boston or both teams? Okay, he was asking him that question. ABM said, GOAT, that's Boston's total. Wait a minute. Boston as a team? I thought you were talking about both teams, Ninja. That's what I asked before. I just assumed you were talking about, both teams combined have shot 54 threes. Boston as a team has shot 57 three-pointers? That shit is crazy. The greatest said, Doc Yaz, damn. Yeah, that's the only reaction you can have for that.
57 3-pointers just for Boston alone. That's crazy. 57 3-pointers for Boston alone.
God damn!
We got Raider for Life on the aforementioned Raider for Life on the train. What's going on, sir? ABM said the Knicks 16 of 33 from 3. Celtics 14 of wow. The Knicks are, you know what? I'm actually interested in watching that series. The Knicks playing the Celtics? I'm so not in touch. Okay, I'll start watching that. Knicks and Celtics, you know what? I'll watch that. Knicks are 16 of 33 from the 3-point line, and the Celtics are 14 of 57. Oh my God!
What? Nigga, please.
What?
What? Nigga, please.
ABM says sun chips are the white chips. I know you believe that, ABM. You're the one that started the rumor. Sydney said, I eat sun chips, stop the cap. Thank you. And that's all I was waiting on. How about that, ABM? Huh? How about that?
Who raised you?
What? Nigga, please.
ABM said, you do a lot of things that would be considered very European. Not true, sir. Starbucks, golf, and I can argue that a multitude of black people do those things, so you cannot call those activities European. Raider for Life said, Ninja admitting to pelvic flinches. What has happened to you, bro? Hey, no. Myself, no. But in a metaphorical sense, I can't remember what I was referring to. But I said I will admit pelvic flinching on that subject, meaning going about it in a white way. That's what that means, sir. So I will admit, doing something in a Caucasian manner in that regard. And I think that's what I was referring to. But honestly, I've forgotten about what I said. But I'm glad that y'all, like, that joke wasn't lost on y'all. That pelvic flinch joke was a few years ago and it's still going. ABM said, I go to Starbucks once a year at the most. Okay, sir. Good for you. I go about 5 days a week. JBJ said, settling. He let them off the hook. Oh, yeah. Settling. He let them off the hook. Yeah. If you're settling for 3-pointers, you're letting the defender off the hook. You shoot that 3 and the defender's like, whoo, I thought I was going to have to actually play defense. You shoot that 3, they can go to the other side of the court, look for the long rebound. You let them off the hook, sir. Sluggo said, Rookie of the Year, Raider for Life, the free agent. ABM said, okay, would more ninjas eat Doritos or Sun Chips? I would say Doritos. But again, for me, it's Sun Chips and then Doritos. But I would assume Doritos. I would assume. Raider for Life said the greatest. Okay, speaking to everybody. Jungle Brother said, ate Sun Chips one time. It's okay. Hard finding them on my side of town. Jungle, don't do that. Jungle, don't do that. Jungle said, I ate Sun Chips one time. It's okay. Hard finding them on my side of town. Jungle Brother, don't do that. Don't do that.
What? Nigga, please.
I see what you're doing. I see what you're trying to say.
That's a lie. That's a goddamn lie.
Raider for Life said, Ninja demonstrating caucasity with such glee. You bet your bottom dollar, buddy. Hey, sir, not true. Not true. Don't take these things out of context. Don't take them out of context. Sun chips are not caucasic behavior. It's not something that I'm reveling in caucasity. Y'all are not going to call Sun Chips a white snack. Y'all aren't going to do this to Sun Chips. You're not going to do this to Sun Chips, man. It's disrespectful. It's disrespectful. You can't do this. ABM said, your Sun Chips are high in sodium, but don't let that stop you. I don't eat them enough to care about that, sir. And what chips aren't high in sodium? I don't eat them enough to care about that. Most of the time, I eat deluxe mixed nuts with no salt. So I am guilt-free
on my occasional potato chip fix. I'm guilt-free, sir. Jungle Brother said, my Knicks were the... My Knicks were this close to survive. That's funny. My Knicks were this close to stealing game 1. Now we got to survive overtime. It's going into overtime? Sluggo said, wow, 53s. Some motherfucker pimping something. Okay. Sluggo said, that's Nia Long's ex, sir. Get with the program. Nia Long's ex. Allegedly. Sluggo said, playoff basketball is supposed to slow down. I'll peep at it during the finals. Okay. Jungle Brother said, we need 2 stops. ABM said 63-point attempts by the Celtics. Damn. Sluggo said there's a whole heap of ish that we eat that's not allowed in other countries. Hashtag America. Sidney Jackson said, I low-key hope Boston loses shooting all these damn threes. Jungle Brother said, why Cat foul him way out there, shaking my damn head. Sluggo said, yes, sir, ABM. Lays is traditional as it gets. Sidney said, this has to be the worst overtime game I've ever watched. Trash. JBJ said, Maurice, I told you about Missoula. Celtics deserve to lose. Sluggo said, Golden Flakes had some good chips. Sweet heat before they got too cheap on the amount they put on the chips. Oh, you can tell. Hey, listen, chip manufacturers, when you remove some of the flavor, we can tell. When you do that to save money, I'll give you an example. Sun Chips Garden Salsa. Those were my number 2 Sun Chips to go to. And those motherfuckers have taken out some of the seasoning, probably to save money or whatever they're doing. And those Garden Salsa chips, they just don't taste the same. They're not as good as they were. So yeah, they try to sneak that in, man. They try to sneak it in. ABM said, JB, you want to bet on your Knicks? If not, be quiet. Sidney Jackson said, Boston missed 45 3-pointers. Damn. Boston missed. Oh, my God. Boston missed 45 3-pointers. That's some... I'm trying to remember what ABM's Tony Soprano sounder is. What is his Tony Soprano sounder? Research is required. I'm trying to remember. Research is required. What is that exactly? I'm curious now. And this is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. I'm curious, sir. I got to look that up. Boston missed 45 3-pointers, and that's some... I'm trying to remember what was that? I'll find something, sir. But I cannot remember specifically what that is, and I should. Mm-hmm. I am unfortunately not 100% sure, so I'm just going to go with what works for me. I'm just going to go with something else. Sidney Jackson said Boston missed 45 3-pointers. That's
motherfucking bitch ass motherfuckers.
Basketball. And I know that's not what you meant.
Bitch ass motherfuckers.
Basketball. ABM said real basketball is dead. Run an offense where you can post someone, cut off the ball, drive the basketball, and get fouled. Analytics saying to launch threes will make you lose to an inferior team. Preach, sir. Preach.
You're right. It's fact. You're right. It's fact.
Amen, preacher! Amen, preacher! You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
ABM said, mixed nuts, ? Pause, too much information. No, it's not. Planters Deluxe and mixed nuts are the best ones. Because I'm not a big fan of regular peanuts. So those are the best ones. But it's hard to find the large container of those with no salt. It's hard to find those. JBJ said, Sun Chips aren't bad. Sluggo said, can't wait to see how America performs in LA during the next Olympics. That's interesting.
Woo! Jesus. Woo! Jesus.
JBJ said, my Knicks. Hey, sir.
Who told you that?
My Knicks.
Who told you that?
I'm just reading the chat, sir. I'm just reading the chat. I can see what you're saying. I know I can tell what you're saying, sir. But again, I'm just reading the chat. Apparently, you're Knicks.
Hey, slow down. Watch your speed.
But apparently saying your Knicks is premature. So I apologize, sir. JBJ said, Maurice, get out of here, you degenerate. Sir.
Who told you that?
I was just reading chat. I mean, your Knicks doesn't sound right, but I was just reading chat. JBJ saying.
That's a lie! That's a goddamn lie! That's a lie! That's a goddamn lie!
ABM said, Ninja, do you use your Sun Chips when you're making walking tacos? No, sir. No, sir, I do not. Sidney Johnson said, Tony Soprano sounder. Oh, thank you, sir. I'll go back and correct that chat. Boston missed 45 three-pointers. That's some he's a fag basketball. You know what it is? And that brand of basketball?
Stupid as a stupid does.
Stupid as stupid does. Stupid as stupid does, sir.
No, sir, I don't. But again, organic blue tortilla chips are really good on taco salad. ABM said, creative, said Jack. The word policy is checking my chat with the original word. Sidney Johnson said, ABM, it blocked my original comment too. Yeah, they apparently you have to get creative with the wording on this particular platform. You have to get creative with the wording on this particular platform. And you know what? Let's go ahead and do it. Not disrespect these. We're going to go ahead and do these Cow Awards. Before I do so, there was something I wanted to say right quick. What was it? Let me see. We did that. Okay, this is a slight note. Since we were kind of talking about food and snacks. And again, the disrespect of Sun Chips has got to stop. Oh, yeah, another side note, again, just shit you don't care about, but just generally speaking, again, as ABM said many a time, your heart rate, drink water and get your heart rate up. I've been doing pretty good. I've gotten back on my workout as I spoke about on the air so I can be held accountable. I looked up and those LBs were starting to creep up just a tad bit.
clothes fitting funny. So got off that bullshit and got back on better eating habits, and because my eating habits were better, but I had gotten really lazy with working out. So I've gotten back on that, and I consistently I've been on it about 6 days a week for the most part. My miss a day. What my bad weeks I might go 5, but consistently I've been going 6 days a week, sometimes 7. But I've been doing pretty good and incorporating a lot of weird shit that I wasn't doing before. But I can see the difference. Still not benching heavy, but implementing some other things. I'm doing free weights. Still not doing the bar and benching and all that, but I'm implementing a few free weights because you can only do so much with your body weight. But I will say that, some of these weird little, workouts you see on the internet where you're looking at all that goofy shit, or, it's a lot of, it's just a lot of little extra shit, but a lot of that weird shit does work. I've been trying it out, switching up my workout and whatnot. So I can't say that shit does work. It does work, but that and the diet helps a little bit. ABM said Ninja getting that cardio right for the Full Force national tour. You're funny, sir. You're funny. But better, sir. A lot better. The clothes are fitting like they're supposed to now, and it feels sustainable. Like what I'm doing, I can sustain this and maintain it because this is where my appetite is now. I don't really have much of appetite. I never really got out there, but out there for me. Like the people that knew me could see that shit. Like my family, like once I got off of it, they were like, well, I was wondering, boy, you ain't never had no extra weight on you like that. And I was like, shut the fuck up. Boy, ain't nothing like pulling out a couple shirts and be like, I must have had this in the dryer too long. This is some bullshit. They don't make these shirts like they used to. Lie to yourself in a minute, boy. And this is the Underground Railroad Show with that Ninja on Spreaker.com. Quick pause. All right. One more side note on the food. And I know there was something else I wanted to mention, but whatever it is, I've forgotten. But one more side note. I've grown quite fond of rice noodles. And I think I've had them. I want to say I've had them come out right maybe once. And you're supposed to be able to make them like the same day and it's still okay. But I found much like the rice, it's better to do it the day before. But I'm going to break down and look on YouTube and see what it is, where I'm having my inconsistency with it, with these damn rice noodles. And they cook real quick. The issue I'm having is when I go to put them in my new dish, sometimes the texture gets a little bit too soft, and I shouldn't have that problem. And I think I've only gotten them right like twice, and every other time I've had some form of a complaint. So I'm going to go ahead and break down and go to YouTube and see what it is I'm doing wrong. Now, I know you don't really boil them. You get the water hot, you put them in about 3 minutes, you damn drain that shit, shock them with some cold water. And what they said was use olive oil to keep them separate or whatever. But I'm going to figure out what it is to where I can consistently make these the way I want. But I was just trying to do it off GP. You know what I'm saying? I didn't bother checking any reference points, but I'm going to have to break down and go to YouTube. I'm going to have to break down and go to YouTube. All right, let me see. Do I want to go ahead and do these cows? Might as well. I think apparently y'all are watching a bad basketball game right now. Matter of fact, curiosity got the better of me. Once again, this is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. And let me double check here. If I don't see it there, that's not good. That's not good. Oh, is that it? There we go. Okay, shit. I was about to say that. That was a little scary. No, that's hockey. That tells me that the must be on TNT. Okay, they're on a commercial. Okay. I was just curious at that point, with y'all bringing that up. All right, quick check. About to do the cows, but as always, give me a quick check because I'm not suffering through these alone. Quick check on those participating in the suffering. Suffering. ABM says CBS canceled The Equalizer after Queen Latifah refused to run in a scene for the season finale. Tune in, Deep Space. Is that true? Hey, ABM, is that a joke or are you serious? CBS canceled The Equalizer after Queen Latifah refused to run in a scene for the season finale. That's interesting. As much as they were talking about it, I thought they were doing pretty good. Guess not. The way they were talking about that show, I figured it was doing pretty well, but haven't they had multiple seasons already? All right, I guess that is what it is. All right, Cow Awards, and again, when I listened to the last show, I discovered that apparently I actually cannot play the cow drums and my normal drums in the back. I can't play those. It messes up the audio, so won't be doing that. 1 second to get in position. Let's see. All right, here we go. All right. Cow Awards are the colonizer of the week. Again, highlighting stories just like Rodney Hinton Jr. Things like that happen all the time. Most of the time afterwards is some kind of we all need to come together and I don't want no violence and all that goofy shit. So, but a lot of things, a lot of egregious acts happen towards black people in this country and they go without consequence. They go without coverage and they go without the natural disgust that should come from any decent human being. So we use the colonizer of the week to highlight these stories that are buried so people can have a better understanding of where it is that you actually reside. Once again, 1 quick second. Once again, my apologies. All right, we got 3 Cow Awards. Libations. 1 second. More I think about it, that was actually my issue. Little Gatorade probably wouldn't hurt. All right, we got 3 Cow Awards coming from Sluggo. And, those aren't as lengthy as normal. And ABM said CBS canceled The Equalizer after Queen. I read that one. ABM said tuned in Deep Space. He said they canceled it and added the running part. Okay, sir. Sydney laughing at Deep Space. Don't laugh at that motherfucker. Don't laugh at the damn sands of Egypt. Don't laugh at the sands of Egypt. All right, we got 3 Cow Awards. All come from Sluggo, and the first one reads as follows. Cow nomination to the LAPD officers Joshua Sportillo and Edward Pedroza for falsely arresting a black man after they almost ran him over. Jesus Christ.
Over to Atlanta Black star Joe Ward Wallace, a black 62-year-old business owner from Los Angeles, excuse me, says he was about to drive through an intersection where he had the right of the way when he was nearly struck by an LAPD patrol car speeding through the red light without lights or sirens from a different direction, causing Ward Wallace to slam on his brakes to avoid the collision. The retired firefighter, who had never been arrested, so on top of this, he's a retired firefighter, who had never been arrested in his life, drove to a nearby 7-Eleven parking lot where he had spotted 2 LAPD cops sitting in a patrol car to file a complaint against the other officer. The 2 cops ended up beating, abusing, and jailing him for 5 days with no bail on false charges that he had committed battery on a police officer, a felony that could have sent him to prison for 3 years but was eventually dismissed. Last week, Ward Wallace filed a federal lawsuit obtained by Atlanta Black Star against the Los Angeles Police Department and the 2 cops who abused him, Joshua Sportillo and Edward Pedroza, accusing them of violating the First and Fourth Amendment rights, as well as negligence, battery, and false arrest. Sportillo, who was spent 9 years in the U.S. Marine Corps, is the same cop caught sucker punching a handcuffed black man named Alexander Mitchell last year in a video that went viral. Mitchell has since sued the LAPD and Sportillo and the lawsuit that remains pending. Just wanted to make a complaint about another police officer that was driving recklessly and almost caused an accident. And when I started sharing that complaint to those officers, I was met with hostility, Ward. I was met with hostility. Ward Wallace said in a press conference Sunday, I was antagonized and assaulted. I was then arrested and denied bail. I spent 5 horrible days in jail in solitary confinement only to have the charges dropped. Officer Sportillo and Pedroza should be beat to fucking sleep, thrown in solitary confinement for 5 days, and then fired from the police department. After that, locked in the room with this individual that they assaulted and his family members, and they should receive biblical repercussions. Once again, this is why I did that opening story and why I spoke about it the way that I did. These things happen all the damn time, and because these ignorant, poorly raised, worthless motherfuckers aren't trying to fix it, nothing changes. And other psychopaths that look like them ignore it. Anglophile-ass ninjas and foreigners ignore it and or make excuses and or rationalize it, and nothing changes. Again, aggression only respects equal and greater aggression. You cannot fix things by trying to reason with the unreasonable.
I don't like fucking cops.
Both of those cops should be beat to sleep, fired, and then left alone in a room with that man and his family. You made the mistake, and then you assault this motherfucker, put him in jail, and afterwards you just kind of dismiss the charges, and it's ha. That's why Hinton Jr. ran that motherfucker over. Because he expected it to be just like this. They do whatever they want. White America doesn't care. The justice system doesn't care. Anglophile-ass ninjas don't care. Nothing happens, and they really think they're not digging their own graves. I've never seen a dumber group of fucking people. Slowly but surely, I promise you, you're digging your own goddamn grave. You're just too stupid to see it. You might not win in a tough field, but you will be recognized. 2 Hispanic officers, unless they're Italian, who are obviously bastardized versions of European males. Can't fix it until you take these motherfuckers off the planet. Second count nomination comes from Sluggo, and it reads as follows. Count nomination to a white supremacist, a white degenerate, by the name of Joseph Paul DeMarco for randomly killing a black man, according to Atlanta Black Star. A white supremacist who murdered a black man during a racially motivated drive-by shooting in Sacramento last summer was sentenced Friday to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Joseph Paul DeMarco, 48, showed no remorse during a nearly 90-minute sentencing hearing in Sacramento's Supreme Court as he was handed the maximum penalty for the June 2024 murder of 38-year-old James Roseman. The jury had found DeMarco guilty in February of first-degree murder with special enhancement for a hate crime and using a firearm. The killing occurred on June 9th, 2024 in the Arden Arcade neighborhood of unincorporated Sacramento, a largely residential area dotted with shopping centers and business districts. Authorities said Roseman had been fixing light fuses on his parked car near a check cashing business when DeMarco opened fire from a vehicle. The unprovoked shooting was caught on video and described by prosecutors as a racially charged act of domestic terrorism. Sacramento County Deputy District Attorney Matthew Moore said DeMarco was furious over a robbery he claimed had been committed by a black man. He then armed himself with a .22 caliber handgun and went hunting for any black person he could find. That night, he fired at 2 black men. One survived. Roseman did not. I think that really strikes at what is so tragic about this case, that this was completely senseless, Moore said in court. James had not done anything to him. Prosecutors argued that DeMarco and Roseman had never met, and the defendant's actions were driven purely by the racial animus. The jury also convicted DeMarco of 8 additional gun charges, including being a felon in possession of multiple firearms and enhancements for firing from a moving vehicle with intent to kill. Sacramento Superior Court Judge Mary Ann Gilliard called the evidence against DeMarco overwhelming and described him as extremely dangerous, volatile, and unstable. She cited a disturbing video submitted in trial in which DeMarco was seen hanging a black baby chick, something he reportedly did because he believes black chickens and white chickens shouldn't be together. And again, when you don't discipline your psychopaths like Joseph Paul DeMarco, things like this can happen. Joseph Paul DeMarco, you should be taped, should be strapped in a vehicle, much like on The Beekeeper, when he strapped that colonizer to the car before he ran him off the bridge. You should be strapped inside of a vehicle, and the family of the individual who you killed should get to do drive-bys until you're deceased. Jail is too nice for you, sir. And when you go to jail, I hope you receive anal trauma daily. You might not win in a tough field, but you will be recognized.
Jury has found you guilty of being a redneck, white bread, chicken shit motherfucker.
You will be discarded in the prisons of hell.
And again, for the first cow, those 2 apparently Hispanic Anglophiles, you might not win in a tough field, but you will be recognized.
Jury has found you guilty of being a redneck, white bread, chicken shit motherfucker.
You will be discarded in the prisons of hell.
Last cow nomination comes from Sluggo, and it reads as follows. Cow nomination to Atlanta pastor Philip Anthony Mitchell for telling black people to stop blaming white cops for killing their kids. Oh, Jesus Christ. According to the Atlanta Black Star, the pastor of one of Atlanta's fastest growing churches is under fire for his sermon Sunday, urging his congregants to be submittal to government authority. You bitch ass worthless nigga. Oh. Some churches are used as government tools to control black people. That's not in the cow award. That's what I'm saying. But again, annual show on religion. The 13th, next Tuesday, May 13th, annual show on religion. I digress. Back to the cow award. Urged his congregants to be submittal to government authority. Philip Anthony Mitchell, who leads the 2819 church, said that includes respecting law enforcement and telling parents to stop blaming white cops for the killing of black kids. Man, if any of you niggas still go to his church after this, you are fucking spineless. Instead, teach your black children to be obedient to authority, he said. This is the problem. See, this is what I hate. As I said earlier, they're always going to be able to find a bitch ass nigga to co-sign this shit.
Come on, man, that's a brittle spirit. That is a brittle ass spirit.
There's always a bitch ass nigga to act like they're not doing anything wrong and speak about it like teach them to do this, because if you don't do it, basically what he's saying is it's your fault. There's nothing wrong with these ignorant, savage, pale motherfuckers. We just need to act better, and then they'll act just like the heroes they're depicted as in movies.
I need a nigga. I need a nigga.
And why are so many of them men of the cloth?
I need a nigga. I need a nigga.
I don't care if most of you are black. We need to teach our children to not fight against authority. That's not true. Not fight against cops. We don't fight cops. That's what crackers do. Mitchell related a story from his youth when he was walking through the Hollis neighborhood in his native Queens. He said he came face to face with an Italian cop who Mitchell said held a Glock to his head and dared his younger self to say something. And from that, you learn that you need to act right. That cop should be fucking killed. That's at any rate, man. Let me move. In that moment, I hear the voice of my mom and my father. He said, son, obey authority, son. Respect your elders. That has nothing to do. Look, I'm sorry. I'm going to finish reading that, but that's bullshit. That's not respecting your elders, you bitch, nigga. That's you having to rationalize your trauma because you're dealing with a psychotic white piece of shit. And that's what you need to say. God damn it. If you really want to protect children, what you need to say is a lot of these police are fucked up. They hate you. You're black. They're white. They can get away with anything because white people are not going to check them and hold them accountable for what they're doing. You can tell that from January 6th. You can tell that from who they elected. You can tell that from everyday events. And because they are fucked up people, we have to move carefully. That's what you should say. Stop acting like it's our fault. Because they are psychopaths, we must move carefully, and you must defend yourself if you're chosen, because begging a coward for your life means nothing. Now, he was in a bad position with that Italian cop, but if he had a gun, he had every right to kill that son of a bitch and set him on fire. This shit happens all the time, and instead of people saying what needs to be said, you got bitch-ass niggas like this who have authority and pull telling niggas to smile and dance. You worthless motherfucker. If you're not going to speak up for what it needs to be, you need to shut up. I digress. I'm sorry. Son, respect your elders. Son, don't be in trouble out there with the police. And I could hear them. Blah, blah, blah. In that moment, with a Glock pressed to my head, I thought either my ego is going to be strong or my submission to authority. That's not authority. That's terrorism, you dumb bitch-ass nigga. Is going to be stronger than my ego. That's not ego, nigga. You acting like it's something wrong with having a problem with being terrorized. Bitch-ass. I digress. I'm sorry. Mitchell continued, and if it had not been taught to obey authority, and because I'm not saved, I'm separated from God from all eternity by a cop's bullet. No, the fuck you not. Stop saying that stupid shit. Mitchell's comments drew sharp criticism on social media. It's people like him who kept us enslaved for so long, wrote one Instagram commenter. In January, after the news that city officials were trying to kick the 2819 church out of its temporary home at Westside Atlanta charter schools, donations poured in from across the country for a new facility. Besides standing room only crowds, the church's YouTube page boasts more than 718,000 subscribers. Mitchell told his congregation that he anticipated his sermon Sunday might anger folks in his call to render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Mitchell admonished everyone from tax cheats to able-bodied drivers who park in handicapped spaces, be model citizens, stop being rebellious towards authority. He summarized. Bitch ass nigga, fuck you. That's why I don't go to church, because motherfuckers like you are in charge. You worthless son of a bitch. This is what again, show on religion next week on the 13th. This is one of the reasons I have shows on religion, because cowards, bitch ass niggas like that will wrap their cowardice up in sanctified clothing. You're not being intelligent. You're not whatever the fuck you just tried to describe. Motherfucker, if you have to rationalize your trauma, I hate when niggas do this shit. You blamed everybody, but who needed to be blamed? You bitch nigga. If you're going to talk about that, say what it is. We're in a world full of psychotic white people with no fucking consequences for their actions, and a lot of them work for the police department, and the ones that don't say cute shit like I back the blue every time we get fucking killed, like my ex-classmate on Facebook who did not act like that at school because he would have got his ass kicked. You a bitch. When we played football with him, he wasn't like that. But on social media, when he wasn't around all those black people, he's tough as hell. Hope you're listening right now. But the point is, that happens so much. If you're going to say that, I understand, but say it correctly. We're under attack in a country full of psychopaths, white psychopaths that hate us and won't admit it. And if we bring it up, they actually get mad at us and call us racist. Therefore, keep a weapon on you. Be respectful. But if you're chosen, you defend yourself at all costs. Saying thank you and I'm sorry and being quiet, we're not doing anything. They're fucked up. Don't you dare rationalize and justify their bullshit, you bitch ass nigga. Any black person worth a fuck. This is again why I have shows on. Any black person worth a fuck will leave that church, but they won't. Because they think the fucking lightning's coming.
Their God is wrong.
They think they're going to be punished.
Nigga, your God is ridiculous.
Answer me this. I shouldn't do this, but fuck it. How can savages commit atrocities against black people for years and God doesn't do a damn thing? But at the same time, a black pastor can convince you if you don't do what I say, God's going to fuck you up. Nigga, please. If you know anything about the history of this country, which is why it's important to know, you know that these savage motherfuckers committed acts worse than any. They committed the most horrific acts in the history of the fucking world every goddamn day. It was casual. They would kill niggas, set them on fire, leave their dead body in the fucking street, go home, put on their good clothes, come back and take a picture with it with a big ass goddamn smile on their face and send that shit off as a goddamn postcard. And at no point did God didn't feel he needed to do something at that fucking point.
Their God is wrong. Nigga, your God is ridiculous.
That reason alone, you can't sell me on do this or God is going to fuck you up. I hate that shit. If you're going to do that, stop being a bitch-ass coward nigga leaving white people out of the equation. That's what I hate about you motherfuckers. You said everything but what the problem was, which is crazy-ass fucking white people. You didn't mention that once. You criticized black people because they wouldn't rat. You justified your behavior by saying a bullshit cop put a gun on your head and told you to do something, and your rationale for that is, let me respect authority. That's not respecting authority, you bitch, and you shouldn't have said that out loud. What government agent brings in these black pastors to neuter black people all the time? That's the part of... And because he's a pastor and he attaches the Bible to it, people would take that shit seriously and look up at the sky thinking a fucking bolt is coming if they don't do what this motherfucker says. It is criminal for him to do that shit knowing the influence he has. Bitch ass nigga. You're not going to win in a tough field, but you are... Bitch ass nigga.
Their God is wrong. Nigga, your God is ridiculous. Their God is wrong. Nigga, your God is ridiculous.
Sluggo, you didn't have to do this. I bet you probably had an evil smile when you sent that one. Sluggo, boy, you wild for that one. You got to be kidding me, pastor.
What? Nigga, please.
Hey, who raised you?
God damn!
This is what you should have said.
White people have never been clean. Not now, not ever.
LAPD officers Joshua Sportiello, I'm sorry, I fucked that up. 1 second. LAPD officers Joshua Sportillo, I know how to pronounce that, I don't know why I did this, Sportillo or Sporteo, Edward Pedroza, for assaulting a black man that you almost ran over, falsely and wrongfully imprisoning him, and then eventually the charges are dropped and y'all just go away laughing and shit. One of the officers had done something like this similar before. Both of you should be taken off the fucking planet. Publicly. That's the only way psychopaths learn. There is no cure for psychopathy. Once again, what is psychopathy? What are one of the characteristics? Being offended or angered when you're held accountable. They almost ran that man over, former firefighter. He confronted them about it, and when they were confronted with the truth, they attacked him and wrongfully imprisoned him, and nothing happened. Leave the fucking planet painfully and slowly and publicly. 3 Ps. That's the only way to affect change, because you cannot rationalize with a poorly raised psychopath that should have been swallowed or shot in the sock. You didn't win in a tough field, but fuck both of you and your ability to breathe. Wrong thing.
I don't like fucking cops.
Jury has found you guilty of being a redneck, white bread, chicken shit motherfucker.
You will be discarded in the prisons of hell.
The Cow Award this week goes to Joseph Paul DeMarco for randomly killing a black person, and his excuse was, and again, in white world, this shit is justified. Allegedly, a black person murdered somebody or robbed somebody, so I'm going to find a black person and get some vengeance. Once again, when I spoke about the acts of John Hinton Jr., Micaiah Xavier Johnson, Gavin Eugene Long, Chris Dorner, they were reactions to injustice, whether it be for their people or for them. This is a piece of shit, non-bathing, inbred motherfucker looking for an excuse to do what his culture has done since they've been in this goddamn country. Fuck jail. You should be put inside a car and be used as target practice by a high-powered BB gun with pellets. This is a very slow and painful death. It's going to take a while. Pellets hurt. Bullets and stuff that bleeding and stuff and dying all fast. No. Multiple pellets and to the point where you're begging for a bullet to the head. If you go to jail, you should receive anal trauma, and every time you heal, you should be ripped open again until your last fucking days. That motherfucker should know no comfort, no fucking peace, no type of sanctuary. May your prison days be trauma-filled. May your ability to sit down be no more. Fuck you, fuck your ability to breathe, fuck what raised you, and fuck the people that co-signed you and probably gave you multiple dollars on some kind of GoFundMe page. Joseph Paul DeMarco, you are the colonizer of the week.
Jury has found you guilty of being a redneck, white bread, chicken shit motherfucker.
White people have never been clean. Not now, not ever.
You will be discarded in the prisons of hell.
17. The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the inequities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men. Blessed is he who in the name of charity and goodwill shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness, for he is truly his brother's keeper and the finder of lost children. And I will strike down upon thee with great vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to poison and destroy my brothers. And you will know my name is the Lord when I lay my vengeance upon thee.
You will be discarded in the prisons of hell. You will be discarded in the prisons of hell. You will be discarded in the prisons of hell.
Fuck you sideways. Those are the colonizers of the week. Thank you for those, Sluggo. And as always, they are infuriating. And again, stories like that are why I had no sympathy for that department in Ohio and Cincinnati that murdered a young man and thought that it was going to be business as usual. And once again, shout out and respect to John Hinton Jr. doing what most of us should have the heart to do if our close ones are affected in that manner. Once again, bomb drop. to Mr. John Hinton Jr. ABM says CBS moved the Equalizer from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., which killed their viewership since it always came on later due to sports programs, pushing every show before them back. Viewership fell from 7 million per week to 2.5 million per week. So basically, they sabotaged them and then got rid of it. They don't let any show with a ninja in and go for too long, quite frankly. Sluggo said the cops probably high-fived that. Probably did. Sluggo said that ninja is trying too hard for white acceptance. That's a bitch-ass pastor. ABM said, where's this church? Sluggo said, ABM, if I had to guess, it's somewhere on the east side. ABM said, here in Atlanta? Wow. Sluggo said, looked like it's near Greenbrier Mall. ABM said, spineless pastor. 1,000% spineless pastor. Sluggo, don't laugh. Raising my BP at the end of all these shows. Hey, once again, man, I'm going to do an abbreviated outro. And I know that's not what it is, but that's what I'm going to do right now because once again, we're getting back into the rhythm because I went for 4 and that didn't feel like 4. I've been doing 2-hour shows, nipping at 3, starting to get back into the rhythm a little bit, starting to get there. All right, man. I didn't get to any football in the draft at all. Got into the opening topic, food topics got loose. So a couple of those things happened. No, it's a little late on y'all's end. Appreciate that. What else was there? Wasn't there something else I wanted to bring up? There was something random I wanted to bring up, man, but whatever it is, I've allowed it to slip my mind. So the 13th, May 13th, annual show on religion. May 13th, the annual show on religion. Featuring Raider for Life. Looking forward to that, man. My favorite show of the year. Behind, now I remember what it is. Okay, give me a check. Who's still with me? Give me a check. Give me a show of hands. Because now I remember what it was, and I meant to do this earlier. Now I remember. The annual bracket tournament. Because I was switching platforms and, worried about platform and audio issues and trying to get things right, I haven't done the bracket show, and because I no longer do the Ninjaversary, righteously, I should have started the year with the bracket show, but I didn't. Annual bracket show. Any suggestions on the subject matter? And there are a lot of things that, were done by others that, might have been done sloppily. I know that the last one we did, the more I think about it, I know we did the physical actress bracket. And then we did black comedies. We did black comedies, if I remember correctly. Do y'all want to pursue black dramas? Things like the Romeo Must Dies and not that. That's wrong. I mean, shit like Sugar Hill, Boys in the Hood, things that aren't comedies. Do we want to go with dramas? And I think we had action comedies. There are probably going to be some action dramas, but do we want to go there? We lead into us food products. Give me some suggestions so I can find something universally appealing to maximize the participation. So any thoughts or better yet, just start to put that on your mind. Yes, ABM, I'm doing the show on religion next Tuesday. He's not available on Monday. I'm going to do my regular show on Monday, probably. But next Tuesday that is, we're going to have the annual show on religion because that's the day I can have a guest. So yes, sir, it's going to be on Tuesday. But keep that, just put that on your brain. The annual bracket tournament, I didn't do it because I was trying to get the platform situated, get used to it, see if it was going to act right and get to that point now. So now I think I'm in a position where I can do the bracket tournament. And, maybe I'll find a way to get TSA back in it. But start putting that on your brain. I'll come up with some things and throw it out there. Generally speaking, I'll just come up with it and give you the idea. But I'll come up with a few things. But I know that the last thing that we did was black comedies. We did movies and they were comedies. And the other side of that would be drama. Of course, there are TV shows, and again, you can go comedies or dramas. So you got TV shows, you got movies. I'm trying to think. Let me just think off the top of my head. I don't think we did when we did candy. I remember I did chocolate candy because when I looked at it, I didn't think that regular candy and chocolate candy should be in the same tournament. So all of these things, are probable because when I did candy, I didn't do regular candy. We didn't do sweet tart sprees, now and later. We didn't do any of those. We did chocolate candies. So, I mean, there are options. There are retreads. We can be creative. Physical actress thing was very creative. A lot of people tuned in to that, but they just didn't participate. But people were listening because they commented after the fact. Sluggo said, I was watching Boys in the Hood yesterday, and that Ricky scene is still tough to watch. I was thinking about best movie scenes, but that could take forever to narrow down. That's a great fucking idea. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. ABM giving suggestions: gym shoes, black dramas, chips, grilled meats, etc. Okay, now technically we did entrees, but we didn't do grilled meats. Grilled meats. Yeah, I think you could get away. I mean, technically it would be a repeat of the entree thing, but it's different off of the grill, so that would matter. That would matter. These are great suggestions. Sluggo, I like the idea of movie scenes, but if we did that, it would take a little bit of participation because I would have to have feedback from y'all on that. So again, I mean, if we did movie scenes, and again, like, do we do movie scenes or do we do the movies? Because we can do dramas and we'll have the Lean on Me's, Dead Presidents, movies like that. We'll have those. Or we could have Lean on Me scenes. We could have when Benson checked his ass and told him who the real head nigga in charge was. Jump, Sims, jump. The scene in the bathroom with that group singing. There are so many options if you go with scenes. So you would get 32 really fast with scenes. That's an interesting concept. Because I don't know if people have done movies, TV shows. Has anybody ever broke it down to movie scenes? That is interesting. ABM, I'm not going to lie. Gym shoes is a great topic, but I'm not a shoe head. So it could be a thing, but y'all would have to lay out the board completely. My input would be minimal. I'm not a shoe head like that at all. So when y'all start naming off shoes, I'm going to be like, yeah. The such and such, the A this and the 7 this, and I'm not going to have any idea what the fuck you're talking about. Sluggo, juice in the elevator scene. Yep. The elevator scene or the scene in the school when homie closed his locker and then Pac was standing right there. There's so many. John Q, another drama. John Q. Like if we did the movie dramas, we could have a lot of good movies. We talking about your John Q's, your Dead Presidents, there's a lot of your Lean on Me's, Righteously Boys in the Hood, Men's Society, all of those qualify. You start to get Negotiator. We're talking about we're talking about some good movies. So we got some options here. There's some options. But scenes would be so endless. Like we could still do scenes, but still, like we could do the movies, but we could still have scene. Like even if we don't do it first, we could do that. Like even if we go black dramas or we go with a different subject, movie scenes, there's an endless amount of options. And I'd have to think that you would have to put a rule in there that one scene per movie, because you can take away so many good scenes from so many movies. You'd have to go one scene per movie. But I just thought of 3 from Lean on Me that fast. The singing in the bathroom, Jump Sims, Robert Gilliam, goddamn getting on him when he told him he's the head nigga in charge. All 3 of those are viable. You got 3 from one movie right there. So there would have to be a limit.
ABM, Time to Kill, when Carl Lee tells Kale, that's why I chose you, Jake. You're one of them. We not friends, Jake. That's why I chose you. You one of them. If you on that jury, Jake, what would it take for you to let me go? That's what you need to say to the people. And I'm fucking that up. It was much more slow Southern drawl. But yeah, that Time to Kill scene, sir. I mean, and some of it could be the comedic scene in the Time to Kill. To this day, me and my friends always bring that scene up. You know what? No, that's Rosewood. That scene's Rosewood. This is a Time to Kill. This is a Time to Kill. Affirmative action, NAACP. White man can't get a fair shake. Yep, it sure is a nigger's world. These motherfuckers, but at any rate, there are so many scenes. Yeah, A Time to Kill, another drama. That's another movie. Yeah, if we really stop and think about it, that would be a good tournament. Because when you start to put all the dramas in play, Jason's Lyric, technically that's a drama. Like a lot of good movies there, a lot of good scenes. These are great options. The scene thing is intriguing. That's intriguing. Because it could be so endless. Okay, thank you for that. The movie scene thing, that could go forever. That could easily be, you could set up 64 movie scenes with no problem. But I don't think anybody would have the patience for a 64 team tournament or bracket. I don't think we'd have the patience for that, but the scenes would be endless. You should be able to come up with 32 scenes that nobody could deny. But honestly, when we start to go through these movies, I'm sure we can come up with 32 movies that are going to be, it's going to be a little hard to decide. You know what I'm saying? But okay. That works. Thank you for those suggestions, man. I'm about to chill out for the rest of the evening. Should be going to bed, but I probably got another hour or so in me. I was tired before the show, but for whatever reason, I'm charged up now, so it's probably going to be at least an hour. Hey, look, man, appreciate y'all as always. I appreciate the back and forth. I consider the back and forth to be therapeutic, which makes all of you my de facto therapists. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the session. Moms taught me how to cook when I was younger. I still love to cook to this day. Thank you for that skill set, moms. Love you. Moms also taught me to get the number from the female so I can be in charge of the situation. That game has served me well. I thank you for that game, moms. Love you as well. Love you once more. Shout out to moms in Ohio getting better. Oh, yeah, latest info. The toe, foot and all is rehabbing and getting better. She's been to therapy once. The therapy, going back to therapy tomorrow. And even off that first therapy, and she's wearing the shoes now. She's in some soft shoes and driving and doing things around the house. She's one of those don't want to sit still people. So she's not going to be, it's not going to be a problem with her getting a rehab done. But, shout out to moms. She's going to be all the way right from that rehab, I can tell, because it's already starting to heal and she can see the motion and stuff. So it's starting to get there finally. It's starting to get there. Look, man, appreciate y'all. Again, R.I.P. DT. Pops taught me to think of all I speak, but do not speak all I think. Simply put, that means that sometimes you either need to shut the fuck up or at least think about what you're about to say and who you're about to say it to. R.I.P. DT. And as always, I take a shot for Pop. R.I.P. DT. Love you, Pops. It's okay to think it's not illegal yet. If somebody teaches you something, take the time to look into it for yourself. If they teach you, you're only getting taught. Always learn. If somebody teaches you, you're only getting taught. Always learn, meaning check behind whatever you're told. Never take it at face value. Never take anybody's word on it, even mine. Look behind everything that I say, and you'll see I'm not lying. But check behind anything that anybody tells you, and that initiates the learning process. If not, you'll only get taught, and you'll find yourself regurgitating things that you haven't even checked the foundation of. Pops also taught me that a man who trims himself to suit everybody will soon whittle himself away, which is why I don't compromise who I am for the temporary approval of those who have not yet earned my respect. And to quote the last line of Mass Appeal from the late, great guru, I'll be kicking the reel while they'll be losing the race, trying to chase Mass Appeal.
Appreciate y'all, man, as always. Again, as a result of these cow awards and the situation that we're in this country, please take the time to go get at least one long gun and one short gun. Please go to the range and learn how to operate said weapons properly. Learn how to carry them, clean them, take care of them, maintain them. Teach everybody you love and care about to do the same. Develop a mentality that will cause you to not hesitate to defend yourself, those who you care about, and your property. A good way to do that is to study where you came from, how you got here, and how you've been treated since you've been here. If you do that, I promise you, pulling that trigger will be a hell of a lot easier. Side note, take the time to learn how to clear your house. Safely clear your weapon. Make sure you're being safe. Clear your weapon. Make sure your chamber's empty, and work on clearing your house. What you would do, boom, your door's kicked in, you hear a noise, a window breaks. Practice on clearing your house. First off, if you do that, you'll understand you don't have time for the clip to be over here, the gun to be over here, in this safe, in this room, after I punch in the code or go find this key. You don't have time for this shit. So the first thing you'll discover is you need it to be handy. Second, you need to figure out how nervous you're going to be when you go through the house. What route do you go? Where do you go first? Do you have a call out to tell everybody else in the house to secure their room? Where do you go first? Do you go here? Do you go there? Do you go through this door? Do you know your dead spots? Do you know the best spots to be at a strategic advantage? You might find out you're winded. You need to get in a little bit better shape. You might get nervous with your hands sweaty. Repetition breeds familiarity. The more you do it, the more it's comfort. The more it's no longer going to be a panic thing, and it's going to be a planned thing that's more of a reaction. That is your reality in this country. Take the time to do these things because, unfortunately, it's necessary. Hey, man, I appreciate y'all as always. Take care. I'll see you next time, and be easy.